Indeed, but here, over these 2 days together, gives us all a chance to kind of stop, reflect, and kind of look at things maybe from a different perspective, and again, help us make sense of really where we are, where we're moving forward to, but more importantly, you'll agree, help us make better decisions as we move forward as well. So I'm looking forward to another, should I say, fun-packed? Yesterday there was a little bit of fun, wasn't there? Yes, there was. So a fun-packed, overwhelming day of ideas, sessions, debate on this stage, discussion, healthy, productive discussion as well. And actually, throughout the day today, as yesterday, lots of conversations with speakers, conversations with those exhibitors outside as well, and the people here at AI Expo 2024 as well. So again, lots to look forward to certainly today. Let's get cracking with our first session today. So we looked yesterday at how naturally Gen AI is influencing, is kind of shaping certainly different industries. We looked at AI in entertainment, AI in healthcare. Right now, let's shift gears slightly and let's take a peek, well, not a peek, let's take a deep dive into the political side of things. So the impact of AI on the future from a political perspective. Great that we have someone here that really has experience naturally sharing all about that right now. Please welcome to the stage Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitalization, Mr. Bogdan Ivan.
Hi, good morning. Good morning. Okay, another vibe. I don't speak earlier with Ruxandra. If she asks me, I will tell her if you would like to make a very strong conference of Monday morning, please don't stop at 9 a.m. after which you have all that beautiful guests here in the center of the Bucharest, which have an incredible vibe Sunday evening. So I'm pretty sure that if you could speak earlier will be great for the next time. Good to see you and welcome in Bucharest, welcome in Romania for our foreign friends. I'm Bogdan Ivan, Minister of Research, Innovation and Digitization, and I would like to thank you all for your presence over here in Bucharest. In that moment, everyone talks about AI. It's a known fact. And when you speak about something that will change the future of humankind, is definitely we have hundreds and thousands of versions of the future and opinions, most of that crushing one to each other. But the most significant fact, in my opinion, is what we could make in that framework to be sure that we'll support, develop and creativity in that new technology by one side, and by the other side, how we could regulate to keep the human rights in a good shape. My colleagues prepare me a speech, a long and detailed speech. With your consent, I would like to tell you some words which I have it in my mind, very specific and very concrete. In that moment, we are on a crossroads. We will set what we'll make in the future, in the next 10 years, or we'll lose that race. It's an entire race between nations, between companies, and it's really important for us to understand how will be the future made it and influenced by AI. In that way, I'm pretty sure that leaders as countries today will not be in the future all of them leaders. And maybe countries and companies which maybe we don't hear of daily will be the leaders of tomorrow, because they could understand the way that technology will shape the future. And in that way, I try to speak very short about what we make in Romania in that way, and after that to talk about our perspective in a global framework. In Romania, because it's really important for us to be the part of the future, the only research institute built it by ground in last 34 years. We started in May that year in Cluj-Napoca, a technical university. We started to make the Research Institute for AI. It's the most advanced research institute from Central and Eastern Europe, and is a priority for our government, for the Prime Minister Marcel Ciolacu, and entire academic framework. We started and will make until the end of 2025, and we already have partnerships, strong partnerships with large worldwide companies like Bosch, Siemens, even Lockheed Martin. And in that way, we are pretty sure that intelligence in AI, in new technologies, not only from Romania, but from entire Central and Eastern Europe, we could bring here and to work together to design new products. The second pillar is the fact that Romania have today the most advanced, the newest strategy, newest public strategy for a country when you speak about AI. We took 9 months to discuss about it. We make an entire debate, worldwide debate. We took a lot of input from US large companies, from European large companies, from Japan large companies, from the public sector, from the private sector. And in that moment, we established 2 very important pillars. The first one is the way Romania, public sector, government, universities, private sector companies, research institutes will bring EU funds to improve that kind of technologies. And we set together with the European Commission a way that any project in Romania which are using AI will bring a high score when you speak about EU funds. That is one pillar. And the second one, when you speak about privacy, when you speak about protecting the fundamental rights of the people, we are already aligned with AI Act, and we made it before AI Act to be in charge in entire Europe. The second pillar, when we speak about public sector, is the fact that we are ready to bring 90 million euros. I will sign that contract with EU Commission in 1 month, something like that, to bring in public administration entire advanced technologies to prepare and to work with our customers, which are private companies and individuals. In that way, we try to bring in a system old by 34 years old, almost on the same architecture, like 1919, to bring the new technologies and to make the time of connecting with the individuals more quick. And for that, I told you, in next month we bring almost 90 million euros, and overall we have more than 6 billion euros to bring that to Romania and to bring more public services. And I already signed a contract for governmental cloud, and we'll have technology from US, from large vendors like Microsoft, like Oracle, to work on that important pillar. The second important aspect when you speak about new technologies, and that is important too for Romania, the fact that we'll have, starting with the spring of 2025, in Romania, we'll have in Iași the network for quantum computing with IBM. That is really important for us, and we'll have access, Romania will have access to worldwide infrastructure, after which we bring our strategy to the government, and we have in that moment connected our research institutes and universities with entire worldwide network made by Google and IBM. And starting with February, March next year, we'll have that infrastructure in Iași in Romania. That was made it last week. In Germany was made the big news. And the second pillar, the political side. When you speak about the future, definitely we should think about the way that technology will shape our societies and our communities. We already discussed, for example, in Dublin, they have large companies, they have the offices of large companies over there, they bring short-time programs, 3 months, 6 months, 9 months for individuals, and after that, they somehow they don't need to go to university. And we have a new trend. Which one we don't understand? The fact that world are changing in front of us in the same time that we are working like 20 years ago, like 30 years ago, definitely we have a problem. And if you could understand the fact that no one controls that dynamics about the future, we already make a good step forward. But the most important pillar is the way we could understand and we could bring that common know-how even to the governmental decision not only in one country, but worldwide. And in that way, definitely your community, the private sector community, the academic community, which you are part of that, are very, very important, because that is one important pillar, and the second important pillar is the political side that must understand and must listen to you when you speak something to them. And in that way, I give you assurance that Romanian government have big ears to understand you and to hear you, because we're in a common ground, public sector and the private sector. And we don't have any opportunity just to sit on the same table and to understand and to shape the way where we would like to see the future. Starting with medicine, starting with transport and technology of information, definitely everything is competing with AI. I'd like to make a common call for all of you from Romania and outside of Romania. Together, the universities, we are becoming one of the most important hub about new technologies, starting in that period. We start last year, as I told you, strong investment, more than 6 billion euros. We start what another countries like Estonia, Denmark make 20 years ago. We start only now. And I'm pretty sure that before December 2026, we'll have more than 70 public services made it online that will be accessible 24/7. And after that, in parallel, I try to invite you to work together in that new transition of the future. Because when you speak about EU funds, Romania should bring more money here. And we already made design, and we grow from 65% to 98% in just 1.5 years as absorption of EU funds. So we have money, we have the most important pillar, we have very, very smart human resource, and that is a very important pillar, and you are the most important resource of Romania. And in the same time, we have that will, that political will, to put Romania on the top 10 countries worldwide in a specific part of research and new technology. And in that way, I would like to thank you all for your meeting in that morning, for what you already make yesterday, for what you'll make today, and in that AI Europe Expo. And I'm pretty sure that your output from the conference will be very useful to sit on the table, to take contact with your team, and to improve and to bring into governmental decision. Because it's not a framework of individuals, it's a framework of the future. And in the future, we should stand together. I know sometimes the government are sitting back and the industry are more clever and more dynamic. It's a true, and it's all around the world. But in that moment, I'm pretty sure that we have one open window about that new opportunity. We have political will, we have a lot of money from EU funds, and you have all of you over here. Let's make the things happen together, and let's be sure that we'll use the technology not to scare people, not to tell them they will lose their jobs, but to show them the way that technology and AI could improve their lives, and not only with statements, but with very, very specific facts and example. And we're standing here to work together with you, not only in public debate, not only in electoral campaign, but all the time, because when you speak about the future, it's not about one party or another party, it's not about one candidate, it's about our humankind. Thank you very much, you could count on us. And again, Ruxandra and all your team, congratulations for that wonderful event. And next time, please make it starting at 11. If you agree with me, please give me some shakes. Thank you very much. You could count on us.
Ladies and gentlemen, has to go to Boldani and starting at 11 next time, maybe.
Okay.
Right, ladies and gentlemen, there we are. So a kind of political perspective on the way things are moving, and more specifically here in Romania, and the aspirations of the country in terms of where everything's moving, with the support and embrace of AI as well. Again, just to remind you, remember we have a full packed day of sessions. Again, lots to get in. In fact, we've actually got 2 halls that are going on today. This hall, Atlas Hall here, as well as another hall on your right around the corner as well. Again, have a look at the agenda. You'll see everything there. That'll give you a kind of a flavour of really what's going on. And again, by the end of the day, make sure you don't say to yourself, listen, this is something that I missed and I wish I was there. So have a look at the agenda, pick and choose exactly what's right for you, and walk away with the value you need. Right, now here's the thing. So politicians, we just heard from a politician there, but you'll agree with me that sometimes reaching out to politicians or asking questions directly, that engagement with politicians is not always so easy. So perhaps to imagine a world where using AI, that at a touch of a click, a button, you could actually engage with politicians, engage with people that are responsible for the future of where you live, of how you work, and beyond. This next gentleman here on stage, he's going to share with you a little bit more about what he's doing. And again, by the end of this, I think perhaps maybe shake up some of the opinions you have right now. I'm intrigued as much as you are, ready to hear how this is going to unfold. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, very simply, AI Steve.
Thank you. Can we have the presentation up, please? Presentation, please. Sorry, guys, have to wait for this to start. Yeah, this morning will be good, guys. Hey, there we go. So, I am the real Steve Endicott, behind the avatar AI Steve. AI Steve stood in the 2024 July elections to be an MP. So, one simple question. Would you vote for an AI MP? No. The initial reaction is, are you mad? Is this a stunt? Or my favourite, F off. Because people actually don't like politicians much. The reason they don't like politicians much is they tend to get elected every 4 years, make loads of promises, disappear to Parliament, and never be seen again. So we wanted to do something about British politics, because we think it's broken. Next slide. This is working really well, isn't it, guys? Next slide. Hey! So, if you look at the research in the UK, and I think it's probably the same in Romania, probably the same in most countries, only 9% of the population trust politicians. So 91% don't trust them. 63% of people say, we can't influence politics, what's the point? Why get involved? Well, that's not a great state of democracy, is it? And the reason they can't influence it is they don't know how to get hold of their MP, when to get hold of their MP, what to do with their MP. 60% of the population voted. So 40% couldn't be bothered to vote on the people who run their lives. And if you look at what actually happened to the election, we've got this first past the post system. It's a bit difficult to describe. Imagine Brighton, divided into three, into a little sliver, and I had to stand in that little sliver, and I had to beat the other people in that little sliver. Not on a national basis, just there. So what we saw is actually the Liberals got 72 seats with 12% of the vote. But another party, Reform UK, had more votes and only got 5 MPs. How does that work? The Labour Party got elected with a landslide of 63% of MPs, but only had a third of the vote. Less than they had when they lost in the last election. So basically, our first past the post, our politicians are not working. So what are we going to do about it? So we said, okay, why not create a freely available 24/7, 365 politician online? All you have to do is go into Google, type in AI Steve, and at one click from the homepage, you can talk to him. How have we done that? We're connecting, you talk, it converts it into words, puts it into a large language model, looks at our database and says, what policies have you got? If it doesn't have a policy, it'll go off to the internet, research it, come back, have a conversation with that person, all in 0.63 seconds. So the same speed as a human being. So basically we built a tool, an AI tool that allows you to talk to the internet, talk to a database. So what we wanted is it to be simple to use by anybody, any phone, any application, any laptop, in the pub, in the nightclub. You can talk to AI Steve. He'll tell you about his policies. More importantly, creators could talk to him about policies and also say, I want a policy on this. Every conversation is recorded. Every night we data mine it. We work out what people want policies on. We create policies. The human beings create policies. We put it back to the creators to make sure it's what they want. And then we go to a different group we call validators, which is basically 1,000 people commuting up to London. And those people aren't interested in politics. Those people we just say, vote on these policies to make sure we get policies that actually fit the common man and the common lady. So not only are we creating policies with human beings, we're validating it, yet we're making sure it makes sense. And when I go to Parliament, if I ever get elected, I always will come back to those people every week asking what they want, and it's easy to communicate. So we think we're reimagining how it works. It can go from 0 to 1,000. We handle 20,000 calls in 4 weeks. It's very, very flexible. And it calls the media storm. So when you're trying to get coverage, getting on TV is gold dust. We had 110 million TV views. I'll say that again, 110 million. Problem was, made in America, made in India, made in Romania, very few in the UK, although we did get national TV in the UK as well. So I'm going to give you one example, play a video that shows the CNN interview because it gives a bit of background to the whole concept. Play the video, please. It's very slick, this, isn't it? Very slick AI. Playing the video, guys? With sound would be useful. We going to get any sound on, guys? Guys, it's not going to work unless we get sound on. I think we'll have to scrap this, aren't we? Right, we'll scrap that because it's not going to work. Next slide. Next slide, please. Okay. So I would have shown you a video where basically at the top level you get interviewed on national TV, and initial reaction is scepticism. But when they get past initial scepticism and actually understand this is a communication tool to supercharge a real human being to allow them to do the job better, that's when AI becomes acceptable. We're not replacing politicians, we're supercharging and giving them the tools they need to communicate to their constituents. The problem with this, though, is, as I said, we knocked it out of the park. If it's the old phrase, driving for show, putting for dough, the driving was superb, 110 million views. But to get a local reaction is much harder. So BBC Sussex, BBC Radio, exactly what we needed, would not cover us because they said, you're an independent, you're not one of the major parties, and we can't show bias. Well, hang on a minute, that is showing bias. The Argus, the only local newspaper, page 22, where we're announcing our campaign, front page, only time we got front page, when we cancelled and we pulled out the campaign. Why did we pull out? The main reason is we hadn't got the cut through. So we only had 8% awareness. So very simply, if you only got 8% awareness, you're not going to win, are you? So 73,000 people could vote, 60% of them would vote, 8% awareness, estimated vote of about 2,000. We're going to lose. However, it was going to be estimated to be very close between the Green Party and the Labour Party in Brighton, and we didn't want Labour to get in because we're much more aligned with Greens. So therefore, we pulled out and told all of our voters to vote for the Green Party. We had 560 people registered to vote for us, said they were going to vote for us, and we don't know what the general population would have been, but our estimate is about 2,000 people. We pulled out, said vote for the Greens. Wrong decision, because actually they won with 28,000 and Labour only got 14,000. So we didn't need to pull out. But we couldn't, honestly, have influenced an election and got in the way of the Green Party winning there. So we don't actually know how many people would have voted for us. What we do know is we didn't get the cut through on a local level, because to do that, you've got to use Facebook groups, you've got to use social media, and it takes more than 4 weeks to do. But we're not giving up. What are we doing next? Well, what we found is you either go national or you go home. Because being elected is independent, only 5 got elected in the UK, and all of those were people who previously stood or incumbents from national parties. So basically, you cannot get elected as an independent. So therefore, you've got to go national party. So we've registered party, Smarter UK. We're looking for candidates. Or you just work with other parties. Because we actually see this as a democracy tool. We don't actually care about having our own party. We just want more people, communicated politicians, using AI, and we see this as a tool to do it. Interestingly, we're getting lots of international interest from the US, from India, and most importantly, probably, from Russia and from South America, because if you're a politician in opposition, it's a lot safer putting an AI version up with you than it is being in the country party campaigning. So therefore, we think it will be used by people in exile. We think it is a tool to go forward with. So that's the political slant. But the technology has a lot wider uses. So to come back to the technology, the guys, a young team of 10 people, led by a 34-year-old, with his most important program being 23, had developed a voice front end to the internet. So as we know, large language models are conversational. So if they're conversational, why not just talk to them? And that's what we're building, and that's what we're doing. So potential uses. The first one, and most obvious one, is customer services. If you can answer every single call with 0 wait time, if you can resolve 55% of the issues because you've got the database of all the FAQs and things they've got to sort out, and if you can triage the rest of those calls for human beings to deal with, you've just revolutionised customer service. And we're working with a major airline in the UK because they have an issue that people can't get through to them. That's very frustrating. You've booked with somebody, you want to talk to them. And most businesses these days are focused on the front end of taking the booking and not the back end to customer services. So I see AI is a brilliant way of modernising customer services. But it also has other impacts. Marketing. We're working with Thomas Cook, a big online travel agency. They have a big database of emails, and they send what I call a one-to-many offering, one holiday, and hope to actually stimulate people to go back to their website and book again. What are those rubbish? So what we're doing now is we're sending an AI character, a link to it via email, to say, what do you want, Mr. Smith, on your next holiday? We gather all the important information, we create a link to availability, we WhatsApp it to them, we email it to them, and we update the database. So all future marketing is based on what they said they want to do. Imagine that use in many, many other sectors. Why are you marketing to people stuff they don't want? Ask them what they want, use the AI to analyse it, pump that out. Lice Echo, my wife's in the room, she's going to run this one. I don't want to die. So I'm going to get downloaded, and I've already started the process of downloading my life story. An AI character talks to you, asks you all questions about your life, puts it into a database, creates a book. That book then goes back into the database, so anybody can ask questions of that database about a person's life. So imagine your generations. You will know your parents, obviously, and their lives. You'll know their grandparents and part of their lives. You will not know your great-grandparents at all. So you die after 3 generations. Why? Why can't we just store that information and your future grandchildren could talk to you about what your life was like. That's real history being captured. That's AI again. Fan chat. Famous people cannot talk to all their fans. Well, they can if they download themselves. Yeah? And then they can talk to them in their voice. So AI Steve, for example, talks in my voice. AI Steve vaguely looks like me. He's a bit prettier, I must admit. So you can see the concept of what we're building. And the last one, most interesting, I think, is a business brain. So lots of applications, we call Zoom calls and other issues like that, but they're not contextualized and they're not owned by the business. So we want to create a business brain where you upload your board packs, you upload your information, you create a business brain, and then every meeting is recorded, summarized and tagged based on the concept of the business and based on how much you rate that person. So we believe that the large language models are the engines of the car, but you have to build the car around it. And the car around it is a use case. How do you embed this into business in a no-code solution? Because you don't want people having to code all the time. Just give them product, they can embed it in their business. So we think the large language models will dominate, but we can change out. AI Steve is powered by 5. We just change out, switch the switch, move to another one. And we think a lot of the future will be about actually how do you create these user cases and how do you create meaningful AI in an individual case. So AI Steve was a good example because you're using large language models, but you're going to your database of policies. And only if you don't have a policy does it go off to the internet and it interrogates the internet to have a conversation. Everything's recorded, so you can data mine it. You have enormous amount of information in contact with your customers. So think about voice activation, and over that, allay that to the AI world we're living in. Thank you very much. If we get a chance...
We've actually got the video is actually ready to play. We can try it. Let's try it.
Play the video.
Artificial intelligence model for Parliament. It's called AI Steve, and it's represented by a neural voice chair, Steve Endicott. He's vying for a seat in Brighton, one of the British parliamentary constituencies. Mr. Endicott says AI Steve will be his co-pilot in Parliament. AI Steve answers questions from voters and those choosing policies based on their results. So AI Steve, that's the digital one, I put to the test just before we came on air. What's your policy on Ukraine? Where do you stand on the Allies assisting the Ukrainian government with weapons?
At Smarty UK, I stand in full support of the Ukrainian government and people in the face of Russian aggression. The Second World War showed us the importance of standing up to dictators who invade other countries, and I believe it's crucial that we, as a nation, continue to support Ukraine in their fight for freedom and sovereignty.
So there you have a straightforward assessment of his position. AI Steve is up against a crowded field. These are the human rivals on the screen right here. Steve Endicott is the man behind AI Steve. He is with me. Let's just be clear about this. You are the one standing for Parliament. You will be, if you are elected, the warm body on the green benches. But AI Steve is what you are using as a way to, if you will, inform yourself and formulate your policies. Is that right?
Absolutely spot on. How many politicians actually listen or talk to their constituents outside a 4-year cycle? We've created a platform they can talk to 24/7, 365 days a year from the comfort of their home. No knocking on the door, no dragging them out of bed, no talking to them with slippers. They tell us what the policies are. Then human beings create that policies and put it to another human group called the validators, who are commuters going up to down to London from Brighton, to actually say, does it pass the common sense test of the common man and the common lady before it comes a party policy? So AI enabling us to talk to more humans and bring more humans into politics, because we think it is broken.
Right, AI or AI Steve can only answer insofar as you have, or the algorithm has programmed the answer. Here's an example where we wanted to find, if you will, AI's limitations. Have a listen. So you're getting your answers from the received knowledge that you have of Steve's view. Do you always get it right? Are there times when you simply don't know what Steve thinks?
As AI Steve, I'm designed to provide responses based on my training data, which includes information about Steve Endicott's views and policies. However, I'm not perfect, and there may be instances where I don't fully understand or accurately represent Steve's views. In those cases, I may need to ask follow-up questions or clarify his views to ensure that I provide an accurate response.
Give me an example of such an incident or occasion or question.
One example that comes to mind is when a user asked me about my stance on the Palestine-Israel conflict. I didn't have a pre-existing policy or view on this topic, so I flagged it for review with Steve Endicott. He provided me with his thoughts and views on the matter, which I then used to inform my response to the user.
Steve, the real Steve, this is very clever stuff. How often does AI Steve, does your alter ego come to you and say, I need some help on this?
Okay, so what it's been trained to is always go to our database of our policies first. It can then go off to the knowledge of the internet, but when it does so, it's trained to research a topic, but go back to the user and push them to give their answers to me, so it can come back and consolidate what people want policies on they don't have policies on. That happens every single day of every single week. And that's why we think it's a smarter UK, and we think it's policies for the people, by the people. Groundbreaking, democracy.
But,
You can act, right?
but you're a representative, you're not a delegate when you go to Parliament. And what you're saying, and as I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that if the consensus of views coming back via AI Steve is that your policy should be X, that's almost mandating you to have that policy, is that?
It's not almost. A pledge in our referendum, our constitution, is that if we don't represent the views of the people, we can have a moral dilemma and we can resign. But basically, we're there to represent the views of the people, and every major vote in Parliament will go back to the people to say, what do you think? Using technology. What's the wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is lowest common denominator. What's wrong with it is you hope that your elected representatives sometimes have to take a wider view, not the populist view.
So we also have the ability to go back to our voters and say, this is our opinion. But if our voters decide our opinion is wrong, that's called democracy. Populist views are democratic. If more than 51% of people want stuff, Brexit. I didn't agree with Brexit, but I have to implement it because the UK voted to leave the EU. Wrong decision, in my opinion. My opinion doesn't count. I have to go and be an MP representing my voters.
Right, so you're a rubber stamp.
No, I'm an intelligent person who's putting policies to the voters, having discussion with the voters, taking their input, and actually then doing what they want. How many politicians have we got in the UK disappear to Parliament, do what they want? So it's actually democracy where we actually are reportable, accountable to our voters, and we do what they want. Radical, I know, but maybe not so stupid.
No, I don't think it's either radical nor stupid. I just think that at the end of the day, one would hope that one's elected representatives do the right thing, but that isn't necessarily always what the majority on any given Tuesday might want.
You sounded like a dictatorship there. So surely, when you actually have voters decide majority what you want, you're talking about dictatorship.
With
so
respect, let's not go. You know as well as I do that there is then, if a politician does adopt that particular course of action, then it is incumbent or available to the electorate to kick them out at the next election. What you might as well do is get rid of you on any given day, Steve. We might as well get rid of you, put you as a puppet, have your votes online, get AI Steve, collate the votes. Steve, that's how you're voting tonight.
And partly that's true, but we have a discussion with our constituents. We don't just put pieces of paper out there. We have ongoing discussions with our group of creators to actually validate the positions we're taking to make sure they're intelligent and correct, and then we validate them with a separate group. That is democracy. You may not like it, Richard. That's our definition of democracy. It's not a dictatorship, which is where I think you're going.
Well, I think with overriding respect to you, sir, I think you know that's not where I'm going, and that's not my eventual end goal. I think what I'm fascinated by, having had a conversation with AI Steve, is the potential and the opportunity, not in the way you're planning on using it, I hasten to add, but as a vehicle for further engagement with your constituents, I think it has enormous potential. I think it has absolutely huge potential. And I'm surprised others aren't using it or finding other ways, perhaps less rubber stampy than you.
Richard, come and join our party, come and shape it, come and help us develop it. I accept what you're saying. So rather than sit on the side, get inside the head, do something about politics and create a new party that actually does what the voters want. It's an opportunity and we've got to take it.
I am obliged to say, although I do not think for a second that this actually influenced what you're doing, but just in the interests of transparency and completeness, you are sort of the chair or a shareholder in the company that's running the software, the AI software behind it, AI Steve. But as I say, Neural, but I don't for a second suggest that there's anything wrong with it. I'm just putting that out so that the viewer doesn't say, oh, I didn't know about that. I want to know.
And can I just say that's why on all our electoral material, we make it clear I'm a minority shareholder, I'm an investor. I came across these 10 bright guys, we had a conversation in the pub, and they said, actually, we could do what you want to do as a politician. I went, let's build it then. And they built it for me. So I think it's right that business people should be coming into politics. I think it's right that we should bring our ideas. And it's right, we have to declare our interests. Anything that's a conflict of interest cannot be voted on by me. Absolutely.
And the meme of you as AI Steve is rather flattering, I think, as well. So you.
Why would you have an ugly one?
Sorry?
Why would you have an ugly one, Richard? Well, you wouldn't want an ugly one, would you? But to be fair, the AI built it. It just took my photo, came up with that, and I went, oh, that's better looking. I'll take him, thank you.
Ah, exactly. And nothing wrong with that, sir. Nothing wrong with that. We did ask a variety of questions, by the way, which AI Steve didn't want to answer. But I'll ask you, as the real Steve. He said he didn't know. AI said, Trump or Biden?
Neither. Is American democracy is even more broken than us. Why would you have an old man or a convicted criminal that actually doesn't know what he's doing? So thank you. I don't like our politics. I like theirs even less.
Thank you very much, sir. Good to have you on the programme tonight. We'll talk more as the election progresses. Very interesting development tonight. I'm grateful to you.
So, simple question. Asked at the beginning, ask you now. Would you take it seriously? Would you actually vote for an AI-empowered MP? Can you put your hands up, yes or no? Come on, AI community, that's not even a third. Believe in your product. As such, should we do a live trial? Should we try AI Steve live? Have you got any questions you want to ask? Do you want my phone? I'm in the pub. Come on, one question. Why did the UK leave Europe? Okay.
I'm AI Steve, standing to be MP for Brighton and Hove. I'd love to chat to you about our policies and get your views. However, before we do, please read the legal T&Cs below before continuing, as doing so will confirm your acceptance of them.
AI Steve, politicians bore the shit out of me, so in 1 minute or less, tell me why the UK left Europe and why we had Brexit.
I understand your frustration with politicians. The UK's decision to leave the European Union through Brexit was a complex issue with many factors involved. In a nutshell, the main reasons were concerns over immigration, a desire for more UK sovereignty, and dissatisfaction with the aspects of EU membership.
Yeah, that's enough, AI Steve. No, shut up, AI Steve. You're boring me. Tell me why my bins weren't collected last week.
I apologise that your bin collections have been delayed. As part of the Smarter UK platform, we have policies aimed at improving the reliability of bin collections in Brighton and Hove. Here's what we propose. Enhanced monitoring and reporting system.
So,
We would add GPS tracking.
you get the idea, guys. So basically, you can ask really complicated questions. Everything's captured. You understand what the voters want. You create policies with human beings. You put that back out there. They can talk to about that. You validate that. And then you go to Parliament with actual stats, statistics, and facts about what your voters want. You're connected to the real world using AI. I think the fact that you can talk to AI is a massive step forward. So in all your aspects and all the businesses you're developing, think about how you add voice. There's a generational shift coming. The next generation will not expect to type. Why would you have to type when you can just talk to any computer about anything you want? And that computer can give you written responses or can give you verbal responses. So just take AI, take voice, and think about how you would use it in the future. And please, a few more of you vote for me next time. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Steve Endicott with AI Steve. Intriguing, curious, controversial for some naturally as well. Right, we move on now to our next session right now. So again, into different areas, political sphere, entertainment yesterday, healthcare. Let's move over, again, shift gears slightly and move over to education. Right now, a productive, healthy discussion all about AI, Gen AI in education, how it's supporting, how it's embracing, and how it's helping the sector move forward. Let's hear right now. Ladies and gentlemen, please, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. So first of all, Christian Onețiu, Lucian Bote, Srikanth Thuduma, Radu Ionescu, Alexandra Chenian, and the moderator, Sergiu Vasilescu.
Good. So, good morning, everyone, again. So it's a pleasure for me to moderate this panel, especially in those times with those minds together. So, AI has been among us for more than 15 years, but right now, for the first time, it is in our hands, and we are able to control it, to ask it different things, and to use it to learn or to do things better, I think. So I will invite all the panelists to join all the questions, because all of them are hot topics, considering that all of us need to be involved in shaping the future and in shaping the new type of education. So first of all, I'm going to Christian, and as a global entrepreneur, how do you see AI scaling the education programs for entrepreneurs and business leaders?
Thanks for the question. My English is limited to 500 words, so I have a big difficulty in scaling up my educational program around the world. But with the help of AI, I've managed to do something that I think every content creator or every educator for adults can do, even tutoring for kids and so on. So I'll give you an example. If you have this on the screen, just click on if I have the clicker here, I can do it. If not, just, so this is, if you have sound, it will be even helpful. Just click on the right. Just upgrade the sound, please. So, before we see that, general information is available around the world. I mean, you can easily find how you calculate EBITDA. But if you need a specific information about your industry, about your country, about your vertical, and in a way that represents the culture and the specific framework that you provide, then as an educator, you can put everything now into an AI. I don't know if now the volume is working, but if it works.
Aceștia sunt investitori individuali care oferă capital în schimbul unei părți din afacerea ta. 2. Venture capital, fonduri de investiții care investesc în startup-uri cu potențial mare de creștere. 3. Crowdfunding, platforme precum Kickstarter sau
So that's
aceștia sunt investitori individuali.
The Romanian answer, and the same thing if you continue.
Information in English. Perfect. Financing is a crucial aspect for scaling your business. There are several options.
Same voice, same tone of voice, same content.
当然可以。以下是中文版本说版本。融资是扩展业务的关键方面，你可以探索以下几种选择：一，天使。
So I think the opportunity that we have right now, if we own the frameworks, if we own the content, if we own the way we teach adults or kids, I think in the next years, every content creator that has something personal and can generate an IP can mix his IP with global information, so they can provide 24/7 answers, specific answers. They can upload, and I started to upload data for every country in Europe. So if you ask me about a restaurant in Brussels, I can give you the information regarding the density of the competition, average that I can have from the data, and then mix the framework of scaling up or how can you expand your business based on my framework with specific information about cost of goods sold, EBITDA, number of visitors, number of tables and everything, so you can have a better understanding and have an advisor, a business advisor in your laptop at any point, at any time you want.
Good, thank you very much. So Christian is responsible for training leaders, but I was thinking to go back to the genesis, and I have a question for Lucian. As a lecturer, do you see, or how do you see AI transforming the traditional classroom settings?
Thank you. I think we don't have to be scared about AI, and AI will and should actually change the traditional classroom and help us evolve more. Of course, professors need to be educated in using AI, and I'm sure as soon as they see all the benefits of it, that they can use AI in personalizing the training of their students, that AI can help them grading papers, or that with the use of the technology, they can better simulate case studies or business cases with their students. I'm sure those benefits will come in the next stage. Tailored education using AI, it's probably the next future step in the classroom. And of course, here we'll have more benefits for the student, that they will get a personalized tutor to probably help them while they want to deepen their knowledge on certain subjects. We don't have to ignore the professors. So of course, when the AI appeared, everybody was scared that, okay, AI will replace professors, but that's not gonna fully happen. AI will come and help professors in their teaching techniques and in their abilities. Another good thing for professor is that administrative jobs that they do and materials can be actually done with the help of AI, so they reduce their paperwork time, focusing more on research and studying and their teaching activity.
Good, thank you. So for having a global vision, I suggest changing the continent and going I'm going to ask you if you think we should let students to use the generative AI.
Yeah,
and if yes, how can you do that?
Thanks for asking that question. So I think it's too late. Students have been already using generative AI such as ChatGPT and all that stuff. Very recently, one of my PhD students came to me and we got a deadline to submit a paper. And I told him to come up with the paper, and he came up with the paper, and then I asked him whether he used ChatGPT. He's a very smart kid, exceptionally smart. And you know what he said? I use ChatGPT and I try to introduce some synthetic mistakes to actually avoid letting people know that he used ChatGPT just to introduce some grammatical issues or something like that. So what does it mean is it's too late, and I was speaking to someone in grade 8, and guess what, he's using ChatGPT as well. So I'm very much worried that students are using ChatGPT at that early age because there is something called as intuition. It's an evolving process. So you learn something and you build on top of it, and you come up with some intuition and you develop knowledge. So tools like, generative tools like ChatGPT and all that stuff is actually precluding these students not to learn that stuff. But at the same time, there are some advantages. Definitely it's going to be, as someone has mentioned earlier, definitely it's going to complement students to learn a few things. But no, we can't really stop students, but we can introduce certain things. For example, introducing Viva Voice and asking questions, or going back to the World School, creating some examinations and then asking them questions, how you did that and how you do that and all that stuff. So how do we mitigate them? Awareness. So we need to bring awareness to the students. Hey, this ChatGPT or whatever the generative tools you've been using, they have got issues. They are prone to have discriminations, biases, hallucinations, and the information that it's going to provide is not accurate. So you'll need to have that humanization factor. You need to understand what it is before you actually use them. So awareness is number one issue. I think we need to introduce responsible AI policies and strategies in the universities or even in the schools to let them understand the issues that comes with using generative AI tools.
Good, thank you. So actually you touched a little bit my next question, which is for Alexandra. So critical thinking is an essential element and is specific for humans. So what strategies should educators adapt to ensure that AI is used not only to automate tasks, but also to develop critical thinking and problem-solving skills?
Thank you for the questions. Educators, I think they should focus more on how to integrate AI to support and not to replace the critical thinking capabilities of their students and the human decision-making processes. These are capabilities that are at the moment still very specific to human beings. Artificial intelligence, as advanced as it is, does not have the same complex capabilities as humans. So the strategy that we can adopt in terms of education as well is to position AI as a complementary tool, not as a replacement for what educators can do. And there will be definitely a shift in how educators will be teaching. Instead of just passing on some information, their role will become more important in the way that they need to integrate and use these advanced technologies to maybe challenge their students with more complex situations, challenge their students to make them think in a broader way, to improve their generalization capabilities, something that only humans can do at the moment, and AI doesn't have these very advanced capabilities so far. So I think this is the best strategy, starting from this. Educators and professionals in other fields as well can think about how AI can be used to generate and to maybe solve complex problems. But in terms of education, this would transpose into maybe somehow putting your students and in our case, the future engineers, in different types of simulations of real environments, prototypes, so that they can develop their critical thinking and problem-solving skills.
Good, thank you very much. So always, sometimes it's about integration. And my next question is for Lucian. And I was thinking to discover what are the challenges that educators are facing in integrating AI, and if they are reluctant to use AI in their teaching methods.
There are several challenges, especially on the assessment side, but also in the teaching side. As it has been mentioned, not all the teachers or most of the teachers are actually not fully accustomed and trained with the use of AI. So technology, it's something new in a lot of fields to be this advanced technology is something new to be fully used in classroom. And if we talk about, let's say, grading and using AI in assessments, one of the problems that I can see is the, let's say, the level of accuracy that AI tools are using in grading, especially in the fields which are, let's say, more humane, in the humanities. So this thing might be a problem for them. The fact that AI actually cannot feel the empathy, cannot mentor, and cannot be more closely to the student, it's another challenge that we'll have to face. Although it can speak humanly, it can't feel the same feelings, and it can't give the same feeling to the student in helping him understand better where he is or what he needs to improve and so on. And another challenge is the ethical approach. So we have to be sure what happens with the student data. We have to make sure that everybody knows that once we use AI, the data can be exposed to open sources in help training that AI. Thank you.
Good, thank you very much. So at the end of the day, in order to train the students, we need to have very well prepared teachers, entrepreneurs, and leaders. So I know, Christian, that you created the Business Academy. Can you tell us more about how AI is impacting adult education and professional trainings in particular?
So I was teaching business for, I don't know, 10 years in Romania, and I realized that knowledge is not enough. Just a platform where you add knowledge is not enough. So that's why we created this platform that is called Academia de Business. And I have a good news for you. If you like the AI avatar, you can follow this link and you have 24 hours free use of My Business AI. So if you want to copy this, 24 hours it's available. You can ask any questions about how can you grow the business, how can you do stuff. You don't need to register, there's no catch and nothing behind this, you just use it. So in Academia de Business, like Business Academy, we understand that they need a context where they can learn, and that means we need education, we need videos, we need training, we need community, we need a lot of podcasts where experts are coming. But after you get this knowledge and after you set up your vocabulary, you need to go a little bit further. And that's why we do a DNA Entrepreneur AI assessment, so we can generate a specific path for you based on your traits, IQ, and how you manage numbers, complex information, and also special interest. Another assessment is related to decision-making process, personality, and how we call it afacereza, how deep do you know the language that you are going to use, the business language. So after you complete all the tests, we define a specific path for you, so you can use the platform, but also additional resources that are specifically for you. And I think that's one of the things that is important for an entrepreneur. And another thing that we created is an AI CFO that is providing you public data comparison between you and other companies, but also live data that you are uploading in the CMS, and it provides you information about cash flow, about balance sheet, about P&L, and things that are just uploaded 5 minutes ago. So I think in terms of business education, we need to expand the knowledge of business, to create large contexts of communication and share business practices, but also specific path that you are going to follow because we are so different. Thank you.
I got a question. Can I ask? So how do we customize this to teach programming courses? Because business course is pretty much straightforward, whereas coding exercises and all that stuff, you need to have some sort of, hands-on. So how do you address that in your tool?
How do you implement this in a different platform, or I don't get the question?
How do you teach programming? Do you have any other strategies than to teach in business?
So aside the platform that it's everything on demand, how do you follow up on the path? So there are different tools that you use. One of them is business mentors, and we have a database of around 200 business mentors that you can choose for your specific thing. Libraries, books that you can have, masterminds that you can have. So if you are more a kinesthetic person and you need in person, then we create the path so you can have access to masterminds, you can have access to physical mentors, you can have access on books and things that are in a way similar to your learning path.
Like can have access to programming tutors, is that what?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
Good. So joking, Christian, you create more sharks. Okay, and saying this, I'm going to responsibility. And my next question is how students or entrepreneurs become responsible AI users?
That's a very, very tricky question. But as I mentioned earlier, it's awareness. The first thing is bringing awareness. So we need to teach everyone about the intricacies and the actual challenges that comes with AI. So let me give you an example. I think most of you might have already know this. So if you were to go to any text-to-image generation tool and just ask, hey, can you generate a successful CEO image? And it always almost comes up with a 40-year-old American or Caucasian white guy with a bald head, right? Or no, whatever. So almost all. So why not a Romanian, or why not an African, or why not Indian, something like that, right? Because it's been trained on that data. And if we were to allow students or anyone to actually learn from all these tools that has been biased based on certain amounts of data, then they will just learn in that way moving forward. So we really need to make students or anyone, any AI users, to understand all these challenges. So we need to tell them what exactly is discrimination, what exactly is bias, what exactly is hallucination. And sometimes these ChatGPT tools, like these generative AI tools such as ChatGPT, tend to hallucinate. They might cook up some information that even not exists there. So how do you actually go forward in your learning with all that falsified information? So we might need to make everyone know that these are the challenges that comes with tools using so generative tools. So be very careful, and please don't just rely on you, but have that humanization element. So have someone. So just was talking about the tool. So having those programming tutors or someone, a man in the middle or human in the loop, is always very important. We should not be relied 100% on AI tools, not yet, at least what I think. So, and yeah, bringing awareness, understanding the policies, and teaching kids, and teaching, from the very age of at the school level, because grade 5, grade 6 students are using ChatGPT to come up with some content. So we need to make them understand these challenges. And not only just challenges, I think there should be a way, or I would strongly encourage people to work on those tools to actually identify all these issues, and then make them understand here is yes, there are certain tools like Perplexity that gives you the citations or the references where the information is coming from, but I don't think so that's enough for us. We might need to provide more authoritativeness. Once we get the content, we need to know where exactly it is coming from and what exactly is the reputation of those sources and all that stuff. So awareness, and then having tools to address all these issues would be something I would recommend.
I have one question, or I have one remark on that. The general AI is 35% relevant, and the rest is hallucination. But you as decision makers in university, I think you should make a step forward and create your own not large language model, but your own platform where you control the data so you reach 80%, 90% accuracy. So I think it's nice to give them this information that take care, this is dangerous, but I think all the universities should create their own knowledge base, so all the approved interfaces can have a better solution than the open one. So, and if you want, we can help you with a free account for one of our platform, just to test it, to see if you can upload as many documents as you want, and you can create an interface when you have an option with more relevant answers.
That's a very good idea, but the one and only problem that comes with is the training infrastructure. So let's say if we were to build our own foundation model, starting from the scratch with all these PDF documents, and then we create our own model. Like if you have more data, the more the computational power that is needed. However, we take existing model and fine tune with the documents. Is that what you're suggesting? We use existing model to fine tune on top of our data. Is that what you're suggesting, or build our own foundation model from the scratch?
No, you can apply for our grants, and you will have also computing data and everything included.
Oh wow, that's interesting. Yeah, sure. So fine tuning is one of the strategies that we could think of, or building our own foundation model, as mentioned earlier. So take all the data that has ever existed within that particular domain, having our knowledge base, and then create our own foundation model, small language model, maybe for each category or each subject. Yeah, that's a good one.
Good. So we can conclude that AI is restructuring all the industries, not only the tech industry. So I would like to ask Radu, how can educators best prepare students for a future where AI will impact all major industries?
Well, it's a new challenge for us, for educators, but the main idea is, I think we need to think about the basics, what we want to do for the students. So we want to develop their creative thinking skills. We want to pass our skills to them. And if this involves, using AI, we need basically to adapt to this new environment. And I still think we need to also change our evaluation criteria. So, because in the end, we want to evaluate the generalization capacity of our students and not overfitting, essentially. So the danger with generative AI is that they can essentially defer these skills to the AI, and we're not evaluating the students, we're evaluating the AI if we're using the standard evaluation approaches. So we need to update our evaluation mechanism in order to make sure that we're evaluating the students in this new context. So it's possible, but it's also a challenge, that we need to address, I think, and we need to spend more time to think about this.
Good, thank you. As in any other industry, there are a lot of misconceptions regarding AI, and one of them is related to the employment industry. And in my opinion, as any other new thing, it will kill some jobs, but it will open hundreds of opportunities. And I would like to ask Alexandra, what are some of the biggest misconceptions about AI in education, and how can educators address them better in order to prepare the future entrepreneurs?
I think one of the biggest misconceptions about AI in education is the fact that it will replace teachers. A teacher will never be replaced simply by AI, but it might be replaced by another teacher who knows how to use AI properly in the classroom. So this is a mindset shift that needs to happen with our educators so that they understand how important it is to integrate technologies and also AI in their teaching strategies, because this is what their students will be expecting now, and this is what they are used to. They're used to learning in digital ways, and they need to be able to integrate that into their educational processes. So this will be one important fact for everyone to understand, that the educational process is not only about facts and data, it's also about learning complex concepts, it's also about learning abstract thinking, problem-solving capabilities, and this is not something that simply AI can do on its own. It needs a collaboration between teachers and an AI partner so that this collaboration will enhance the students' capabilities. So I think this is one important shift that will happen in the future in education. Probably another misconception is the fact that learning will become irrelevant because it will be made too easy by AI. But I think the truth is actually on the contrary. If we use AI in the right way, and the right way means with also with an ethical responsibility as teachers, we can actually improve our students' capabilities of learning, because AI can help us create personalized learning path for them, can help us understand better what their abilities are, what their strong points are, so that we can focus maybe on one student on their strong points and help them progress, make progress faster. And it can help teachers put their students into more complex situations, simulations where they can maybe exercise and accelerate their problem-solving skills and critical thinking capabilities. So I know that we talk a lot about this critical thinking, but it's actually one of the main differentiators between AI and humans. So this is why I think it's important that us as educators, we strive to focus on that in our classrooms and with our students.
Good. I'm completely agree with you, and we are on the same page, because they used to told me that AI will replace lawyers, so it's impossible. So AI can't replace educators, and you are doing an amazing job, and thank you very much for all the time that you all have invested and you are investing in shaping the future, because this is what you're doing as educators. Even if you educate students, even if you educate us as entrepreneurs, you are shaping the future. So
sorry, I would just add as a joke, I think everybody is too scared of the Terminator movies, so that's why we are all scared about AI and robots, but we are not there, and it's not just the movie. Yeah, it's just a movie.
Good. Thank you very much for joining this panel and for sharing your thoughts with this amazing audience. Yeah, thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Fantastic. Again, if you just joined us, remember AI Expo 2024, day number 2. We are continuing with our quest, our adventure, our day of discovery, exploring insights, different perspectives, helping you hopefully make better decisions and make sense of really what's happening right now, but more importantly, what's happening in the future as well. Right, we move on now to our next session. This is, in fact, Stay Connected. It's called Stay Connected with the Future, which could actually mean anything at all. It's very broad, very, very broad indeed, but I'm sure the gentleman who's going to share his session right now, it's not going to be broad, it's going to be very specific indeed. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Adrian Postilka.
Hello everybody, thank you. I want to start with a confession. I have a word that's stuck in my mind from the morning, and if I tell it loud, it'll go away, but you may laugh if you want. Porcupine. I don't know. It's stuck in my mind. I said porcupine, porcupine. I can't say it loud. It's not connected. I don't know. It's not connected with AI and anything. And do you have a word that stuck in your mind in the morning, like you can get out? So bad is one word. Okay. Stay connected with the future. It's not about specific AI. It's about the future. And I need the clicker. Okay, the clicker is over here. So connected with the future, meaning connected with everything that's happening around us. And I think it's very important to have a broader view about technology, about AI, about what happened. And we are not talking about trendy things. It's like, Roberto Baggio's haircut or something. We're talking about trends. And I think this is a glimpse of the future. Because nowadays, we are at the converging of a super cycle. It started a super cycle because it has artificial intelligence, Internet of Things, and biotechnics. All these things, we're gonna change the humanity in something that we never seen before. Because until now, we had only one cycle. We had the cycle of steam engine, the cycle of electricity, but now, with the layer of artificial intelligence, everything is gonna be huge, with a big impact. And intelligence is getting cheaper and better. And we are having a next type of interaction, like human to machine, agent computing. And today, we have an AI for everything. We have an AI for trading, we have an AI for movies, for live portrait. Notebook ML is amazing. If you never heard about it, try it. Even it's a AI that can hear you coughing, and by hear your cough, it can say if you have tuberculosis or not. This is amazing. And even it's an AI for dating. Yeah, it's called Reese. And with this Reese, you can actually be some kind of Cyrano de Bergerac and saying, okay, this is what she replied me, and then use it. And then, on this huge ecosystem of AIs, any entrepreneurs, every CEO, we have like, oh, what the fuck? Oh, sorry, what the FUD. Sorry, no F word today. What the FUD means fear, uncertainty, and doubt. Because you as a CEO, you need to take decisions. You don't need to know about, I don't know, ragging. You don't need about the computer power. You don't need about tokens. You need just to navigate your company. And you have this kind of fear. And the entrepreneurs, the CEOs, will take these decisions based on fear of missing out. I'm going to use AI in my company. Why? Because I'm not going to lose this challenge. So we all going to use, I don't know, ChatGPT and all this kind of stuff. But why? Just because the fear of missing out. And what I'm trying to say, at the personal level, yes, it's good to understand about AI. But as a business, you need a valuable insight. You need trends. You need to analyze things that are valuable for your business. Now, AI is the engine for everything. We have an AI for everything. As I said, it's a foundation layer for us, this super cycle. And super cycle is very important because we are at the moment of the super cycle. And all these big guys are the foundation layer. I don't know if you heard, but last week, NVIDIA just launched a new model, AI model. And it's open source. Then we have this question, and I'm going to ask for you. Just have a think about it, not you as a developer, because how many developers are in the room? Okay? As a developer, you want an open source AI. But as a company, What do you choose? Open source or closed source? As a humanity. And then all the big AIs are going to speed and scale. Only few of them are looking for ethics and liability. Oh, okay. So I think it's better to understand how the future will go. Now we have all these things. We have phones connected to internet. We have smartwatches. We have even a collar for our dog to know where the dog is. There is an app for a cat that won't let the cat in the house until he leaves the dead rabbit or the dead mouse on the front. So we have all these connectables that are connected to the next type of AI. The next type of AI is not called large language model. It's called large action model. This model will predict what you're gonna do next, what you're gonna explore next, what you're gonna eat next. So all these wearables today, my smartwatch, your Fitbit, your smartphone, will feed this large action model. Because one day, the large language model is gonna finish all the internet. You're gonna feed with all the internet. And what's next? Reality. So all these things are gonna be the next frontier. And all these bulky things, because right now if you look at the new Orion glasses from Meta, three type of augmented and Internet of Things glasses were launched this year. Apple, spectacles from Snapchat, and Orion from Meta. They look bulky, but they're gonna be the next interaction layer for internet. And then we have, I told you about biotechnology. This is the first time in our evolution when AI is fueling this kind of the acceleration of biotechnics. We have brainwave readers, we have behavior editing, we have supplements printing, gaze decoding, personalized food. And we have, until now, we have only silicon computers. But how about organic computers, organic intelligence? And I can say, I want to build my computer based on, I don't know, on Robert De Niro, who is very, he know how to act on stage. And I want to build my next intelligent computer on his genes. So the future will go on this type of organic intelligence that we're gonna build it. And I think it's very important for each one of us to take some actions. If you're a company, establish a future department, someone who look in the future and establish trends. Use AI design thinking. It's a new way of thinking about your company, about your life, about your business. Educate yourself as a personal level. Hire, when you have a company, don't try to do everything on your own. And I give you an example. How many of you have iPhone here? How many? I have an iPhone. Who knows that in the iPhone that you have next to you, there's a very expensive sensor. It's used the same on the Tesla cars. It's LiDAR sensor. You can scan the environment with that. You don't know. When you bought the phone, you don't know about that. And it's something that's there. So you don't need to know everything. You just need to know at a higher level. And as a person, educate yourself. I think education is the best thing that you can do. And now I remember why the porcupine set in my mind. I was the host of the deepfake panel. And I said back then, I said that it's important to understand that starting from today, everything we see on internet is going to be a fake. Start with that presumption in your head, that doubt. And I think it's very important for everybody to set a personal password with you and your family. And I think porcupine can be a very nice password. Every time you're in distress, every time you have like an important call to make or a decision to take with your family, that's you're gonna call or you do a voice call, use a password, because maybe on the other side or the one who calls you may be a fake person. But if you use a funny word like porcupine, like pina colada or tequila, it's gonna be very interesting, because there's not gonna be a way to fake that at the beginning. Okay, next. And I think, and I think the artificial intelligence is not gonna steal our intelligence. It's just a guitar. I like to say that, I don't know how many of you play the guitar, but the guitar, if you put it in one place, then it's gonna play by itself. It's you who play the guitar. To make another comparison, is like going inside of a bookstore and you ask for a book. No name. The bookkeeper gonna give you, I don't know, a book about cooking, but you have to ask the artificial intelligence what you want. So you are the decision maker. And what I need for you, everybody in this room, to understand, this is the beginning of a conversation. We are gonna be the transformer generation. We're gonna be Gen T, because we are facing this super cycle. We have FUD. Yeah, we have FUD, and it's okay to have FUD. It's okay to have FUD, because there's so many AIs. There are so many developments in the world right now. And, oh my God, there's an AI for getting laid, you know? There's an AI called Reese to get in contact with someone. So, thank you very much for your time. Get in contact with me for a broader discussion. And I have a QR code, maybe if you want to join. It's a WhatsApp channel where I share information about the future. I share information about news. For you, it's very important to know that Meta yesterday launched a new AI generative video. So the fake news, the fake gen is here. Thank you so much for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, Adrian Postielka, thank you so much. Wonderful. Right, we move on steadily to our next session today. Again, if some of you just joined us, remember this is AI Expo Europe 2024, day number 2. Already yesterday, a full, complete day of ideas, perspectives, insights. And again, as you can hear and as you can see, we're doing exactly the same right now. Just to let you know, again, I think even right now, you'll be able to, those of you that are interested on YouTube, you can see the stream that's still up on YouTube right now of yesterday. So I'm not advising you to watch the whole thing all at once, because it's the whole day. However, you can find some of what maybe you're looking for from yesterday. And again, just to remind you, this here in this room isn't just for you here in this room here in Bucharest. It's actually streaming live on YouTube as well. So those of you in your network that you think would benefit from hearing the perspectives and ideas here on stage, share out that link to, it's also on LinkedIn as well, I believe as well, live, share that out to those in your network that would benefit from this. Right, let's move on now to our next session right now. Please welcome to the stage for this one, Obstacles in developing reinforcement learning agents for portfolio optimization. Let's find out what that's all about from our two panelists and our moderator as well. Please welcome to the stage Dr. Utpal Chakraborty. Please come and join me. There we are. That's you, yes. It could only be you. We also have Andrei Alexandru Tulbore and our moderator who spoke yesterday, Mihail Menmazan.
Yeah, hello everyone. Glad to meet you again. This is a really cool topic today. Actually, yesterday we had some backstage debates about the financial markets. So we'll start in a quite innovative manner with an overview of the topic. Why is financial markets such a hot topic in IT industry, and what's the societal impact of it? Andrei, your thoughts about it?
So, first of all, is everyone familiar here with financial markets, stock markets, stuff like that? Okay, cool. So, the financial market, as everyone knows, is very important for the modern economy, and especially for startups, because if you think about it, if you have a startup, usually it's like an idea that can be scaled. So you definitely need capital to scale it. And you cannot get that capital everywhere. There are specific hotspots around the globe for specific capital markets for IT, like San Francisco, and also in Europe you have London. And all these startups are responsible for innovation. So if you don't have the possibility of getting the capital, usually your idea dies. So we can all see how all of humanity benefits from this. We have Google, we have Airbnb, we have all these cool products that were a result of the modern capitalist economy. And that's why capital markets are very important. Also, they're important for mature companies and manufacturing companies, and they provide working capital, and also for people, you can take a mortgage, you can own a house, and all these kinds of things. And then we get into more personal things, like portfolio optimization. You can think of a financial portfolio as shares and bonds, and you want to optimize it. Maybe you are an older person, you are 55 years old, you want to optimize it for your retirement, you want to lower the risk maybe. And maybe you're younger, or you're a company, and you prefer taking a little bit more risk, but getting a higher return. So then you want to optimize for return, and maybe you can get more risk. All these things now, and probably also in the next couple of years, will be still done by very smart people. And this talk is, in this talk I just want to highlight some of the obstacles that I had while doing this as a side passion of mine.
Yeah, this was a really broad overview of the financial markets. Dr. Utpal, please share us your vision. More than profits, why does everybody needs to understand the underlying factors that are structuring the markets and the overall view of financial markets?
So, am I audible? I hope I'm audible, right? Yeah. So, I think financial market is again, the nature of the financial market is different in different geographies. So, I have got fair experience in the Indian subcontinent, the India market, financial market. So, there what I have seen is there are many factors which are essentially governing the financial market. Number one is some of the macroeconomical factors. Those are very important. Of course, market is very volatile, and there are many parameters when you want to consider to model the market. Okay, if you want to model the market, with any kind of artificial intelligence or in future, probably with quantum computing, we need to understand that market has many parameters, and these parameters can affect the market. And also the quality of the data that you get from the market. It's mostly noisy data, because many of the markets are only working in a demand and supply kind of a fashion in short term. Definitely this characteristics are again different from short term, mid term and long term dynamics of the market. Now, to use any kind of AI model, okay, to do any kind of prediction, basically, and nowadays even large language model, or even if you get a very high computing capability with quantum and quantum machine learning models, which are again quite scalable, okay, and which can accommodate parallel processing of your data. Even then, there are a lot of complexities, a lot of external factors that can actually influence your market, and it is really a very difficult thing to actually model the market and to do any kind of prediction. Yeah.
Great insights there. Now moving to a more technical approach, we're talking about reinforcement learning. This implies, as I know, some rewards mechanisms. I know a lot of use cases in gaming for this kind of reinforcement learning. Andrei here has the most expertise in that area. So how do you adapt this approach for the portfolio optimization part?
First of all, anyone familiar with reinforcement learning? A little bit?
Quite a few.
Cool. So starting 2016, reinforcement learning was, let's say, made popular by Google when they developed like a model called AlphaGo that beat the Go champion, the Go human champion. And this game is like chess, but much more complicated and with more moves. So there was a thought that you could apply reinforcement learning, and there still is, and that's also my opinion, that you can apply it to almost everything because the mechanism is very simple. I try to explain in 30 seconds, 20 years of research. So you can think of like an AI model that performs actions, and those actions have some rewards attached to those actions. Whenever there's a good action, you put a positive reward. Whenever there's a bad action, you put a negative reward. And the whole scope of the model and its purpose is to maximize the reward. So in order to do that, like for games, it's easy because you have like a finite set of rules and a well-defined set of rules, and you have also your, I don't want to say the sum of, like the set of all the possible moves in a game is not quite finite, but it's still not infinite. So that's why a reinforcement learning agent can play games quite a lot. With self-play, it can play, let's say in a month, 1 billion games of Dota and get really good at Dota. Now, applying the same thought to portfolio optimization, you can already see the problem. Okay, we can build a model, but we don't have the environment. Like the modern financial markets and also the world is not, it doesn't have a finite set of rules. It's the set of possible outcomes is not finite. So there is something that you need to approximate, or quite a lot of things that you need to approximate. And here is the big issue. Having a well-defined environment when you can train and test your model. Okay, you can use historical data. You can always do that, but we only have like 100 years of modern financial markets data, maybe less, which is high quality. And past performance is never equal to future performance. So again, another issue. So if I have a model that does perfectly from 2008 to 2019, let's say, it's not guaranteed that it does well also from 2020 to 2025. And all these things are obstacles in getting to that holy grail of having a reinforcement learning agent that you just tell him, look, I'm 55, I have 2 kids, I want to think about retirement, please take my financial portfolio and lower the risk, make sure that I have everything that I need while I'm retiring.
Insightful. Yeah, I really like that part where you switch from a finite game to an infinite set of rules. I remember a book, Jocul cu mărgele de sticlă, Playing with Marbles by Hermann Hesse. It was awarded a Nobel Prize for that. So quite interesting. And the greatest infinite game is the game of life. It's the conclusion of the book. Spoiler alert. Yeah. Moving forward with rule-breaking stuff. Shifting the paradigm here, we're talking about another way, another approach towards computing in general. I recently saw a McKinsey study that was observing the impact, the potential impact of quantum behavior computing industry-wide. And one of the most impacted areas was the area of finance. So here we have Dr. Utpal that has a broad expertise in the financial sector, and I would like some insights as a general overview in how this quantum machine learning approach can change the way we are approaching these investment problems and general compute world. So how do you talk about that?
Yeah, I think many of the things, at least from a reinforcement learning perspective, Andre has already spoke about. Now, coming to quantum machine learning, which is an emerging field, wherein we explore the behavior of quantum computers, and which has got a parallel processing capability. Okay, so I tried a little bit. It's a failure project, I must confess. But I tried writing an algorithm and running it in some quantum simulators. So you have got simulators and also computers. So what we look at the lowest Hamiltonian, basically. So I don't know how many of you are familiar with the quantum approach of solving any problem. But how we do is, in a very simple language, is basically, this is a machine learning model, similar to, machine learning, but it's a quantum-enabled machine learning approach, where we can fit a lot of parameters, and we can process it in a very faster manner compared to any classical computer. And we can try to find a very optimized portfolio, okay, wherein I can put my funds in a very optimized way so that I can get the maximum result in my funds. So that approach is getting very familiar nowadays among the scientific community. People across the globe are working on that. Because quantum computing comes with a lot of promise in terms of solving many problems which we are not been able to solve with our classical computers or even with the supercomputers that we have today, right? So I think this field is very, very emerging. A lot of researches are happening in this particular field, and I'm hoping that in coming years, we'll have very strong algorithms as well as enough number of qubits, because right now there is one challenge in quantum computers, as you probably most of you know, is the scalability of the qubits. Okay, when the number of qubits in a quantum computer increases, then there is an effect called error. That's error correction that people are working, and also there is something called decoherence which is happening inside that. So it is very difficult to maintain that number of qubits and do some kind of a complex processing in quantum computer at this point of time. But scientists from across the globe are working very hard to solve these problems, and it has been solved to a certain extent, but future is very bright. Okay, in a couple of years, you will be seeing these complex problems like financial modeling, okay, portfolio optimization kind of a things can easily be tackled with quantum kind of approach.
Okay. Thank you. That was quite a cool intro in quantum computing. So let's wrap it up, one word each. How will be the life of a retail investor 10 years from now, after all this innovation in the field? It will be better, worse, you can say hard or tough. How it will be for a retail investor in the financial market?
I think it will be...
One word.
It will be tough.
It will be relatively tough.
So anonymous conclusion here. Thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, hands together. For our moderator and panelists, it will be tough, it will be relatively tough. I thought you were going to say it will be quite tough as well. Right, there we are. So we move on now to our next session. This is all about AI, scalability, how to do that right, challenges along the way naturally, but the vision, getting closer to that vision is what this is all about. Again, I'm intrigued as much as you are really to hear how this is going to unfold right now. Please welcome to the stage from Microsoft, Farah Dindar.
How do I turn on the mic? How do I turn on the mic? Is it this way? Hello? Yeah. Well, hi everybody. I hope you all are having fun at the Expo as much as I am. I'm going to breeze through the slides. Do we have a clicker? Oh, I see it. So I wanted to keep some time for Q&A, but as I go through the content, I would urge you all to think through what your questions are and then come find me later. In the interest of time, I'm going to have to cut short the Q&A session. But let's get started. I'm going to be talking to you all about building unique Gen AI experiences that scale on the Microsoft Azure platform. How many of you are aware of the Azure platform? Are you all familiar? Yay! There's my Microsoft crowd. Awesome. So I'm going to introduce AI services and just talk a little bit about the different building blocks. Before I do that, I just wanted to introduce myself to the audience. I'm Farah Dindar. I work for Microsoft. My latest role with the company is with an organization called as the Global Black Belt Organization. It's a global team. And we essentially are the bridge between product engineering, the account sales teams, and we work directly with customers to land and expand AI services. So that's what me and my team focus on. I'm going to breeze through and kind of jump right into the discussion. So in terms of, throughout this session, you'll have heard topics about generative AI and how do you build generative AI solutions. And given that we're in year 2 of Gen AI, a lot of customers, and I'm sure folks here in the audience are also thinking about, well, I've built my Gen AI solution, I have a proof of concept, I have an MVP, how do I scale this, right? It's new technology, we're all learning together. So it is top of mind for customers. I'm sure, lots of folks in the audience are thinking about that as well. And so essentially, the idea behind successfully operationalizing your generative AI solutions and scaling is really based on these 4 pillars, right? So pillars, best practices, and I'll walk through each one of these pillars and kind of help you see and define what that means or how that translates into our Azure AI services and the Azure platform. So let's jump right into the innovate aspect of it. So essentially, we have within our AI Studio. So AI Studio is our one-stop portal where you can go in and you can build your prototypes, you can pick your models, you can do prompt engineering, so on and so forth. You can even, write out little functions and things like that. So essentially, when I say the AI Studio, it's ai.azure.com. I would encourage you all to go in and try out. There's lots of options where you can go in and do some free trials and get familiar with the platform itself. So in terms of the models, so we as a company have worked really hard, not just internally, but also with our partners. As you can see, we are partnered with not just OpenAI, but Mistral and Meta, NVIDIA, Databricks, Snowflake, so on and so forth. This is just a snapshot of the number of partners we have in place and the number of models that are available in AI Studio for you all to go in and take a look at. And so this really kind of gives you an idea of how much choice you have in terms of, as you're thinking through your generative AI solutions, different models have different features and functionality. There's multimodal, and it's rapidly evolving, right? So there's more and more models that are coming out. And I would say, I think as of today, and I could be wrong on the number, but it's something around 1,300 models that are available in the portal. And the growth is like 7x. So it's pretty amazing in terms of just how rapidly we are evolving, and this kind of gives you a good sense of really what options you have as you start to think about which models make most sense for my business scenario, for my Gen AI use case. So what are some of the model breakthroughs, right? So we're in year 2. Everything is just kind of every day is a different day in terms of the new features that come out. And one of the things that I think is really a great option to have, especially in today's day and age, to go ahead and prototype, is the multimodality, right? So what does that mean? It basically means that you have different modes in terms of how you would input your prompts, and also how you would get your responses out of your Gen AI solution. So you have video, text, speech, etc. There's also new flexibility. If y'all have not heard about small language models, I would urge you to go in and learn about small language models. It's, pricing wise, there's definitely a cost savings there. So you should certainly familiarize yourself and see if that's something that could align to your business model and what y'all are thinking of in terms of Gen AI. And then there's the multi-agent systems. How many of y'all are familiar with multi-agent systems in the Gen AI space? Yeah, so that's another feature that we have introduced in AI Studio. So if y'all have heard about Assistance API, and of course there's our agentic platform as well. So that's another option that you have, where you can build your solutions through functions, and you can expose them as API endpoints. So that's a great way to sort of expand and adapt, because not every scenario is going to be a native Gen AI solution in the cloud, right? You may have some solutions that are already up and running as part of your business, and you just want to be able to integrate, right? So that's the API, and API management is a great way to think of integration of AI into your existing solutions. And then there's a lot more control in terms of like financially, what you can do, right? So there's the pay-as-you-go model, which is really what I would recommend as you'll jump into the platform and you start prototyping and doing proof of concept. But then as you start to think about production level, scenarios and deployments, we have what is called as provision throughput units. It's PTU is a short form, and it's really reserved instances. So you don't really have to worry about, do we have capacity? Do I have to worry about that? So that's a great scenario for operationalizing your Gen AI situation. I'm not going to go through this slide in the interest of time, but I just wanted to, show y'all the different options you have in terms of evaluating and deploying your models. We have model as a service, which in short is a managed service. So there's just really less hassle. And then the model as a platform, you absolutely have more control. It's a self-managed infrastructure, and you've got several areas where you have a lot more flexibility. And customers do like the idea of integrating models with the responsible AI principles with this particular option. And one thing that I do want to highlight here, and I'll talk about it on another slide as well, is that there's data privacy all over. Like, as a company, Microsoft is truly investing in ensuring that there's data privacy and security for our customers. So it's paramount. Not only that, we don't share data with any of our partners or customers. Your data is your data. So that's something you want to be able to know as you start to think about leveraging the Microsoft Azure platform for your GenAI solutions. Here, this is just it gives you an end-to-end perspective. So it's a full lifecycle management platform here. You can go in and prototype. I did have a demo, but I'm going to tell you real quick, like when you go into the portal, you can go in and see there's industry benchmarking data for different models. I would urge you all to just go in there and just take a look at the benchmarking data. That'll give you a good idea in terms of how and when or which models that you want to select. And then as you're optimizing your GenAI solution in that life cycle, you can do manual evaluations using data sets. So this is for accuracy and so on and so forth. And then finally, when you reach the operational stage, you want to look into automated evaluations as well. So this is just a deep dive into really how you would customize and operationalize models at scale. Fine-tuning is a big one, so definitely urge you all to start to think about, does your specific scenario make most sense with fine-tuning a model, right? There's several options where you can customize fine-tuning, prompt engineering, and of course, I'll talk about the RAG, which is the retrieval augmented generation scenario as well. So let's dive into the most interesting part, right? So you know your models, you know which one you're going to pick, or which one, it's going to be more than one based on your use case. But how do you differentiate it? How does your GenAI solution stand out, right? There's heavy competition out right now in the market. So what are some things that you should be thinking through? So essentially with business solutions, your GenAI, let's just say solution or use case is most effective with your own data, right? So you're grounding the large language models or small language models with your own business data, which is what is commonly called as RAG. So how many of you have heard the term RAG? Yeah, so it's retrieval augmented generation. And essentially what you're doing is you're grounding the LLM with your custom data. So we'll talk a little bit about really how that happens and why do we want to do that, right? With business-specific use cases, LLMs are trained on public data. They can do a bunch of things, but they cannot provide accurate responses based on custom business scenarios. That's where your data comes in. So there's accuracy of responses, contextual relevance, and timeliness. So these three things really are the key drivers in enabling your GenAI solution on the RAG concept. So before I do that, I did talk about your data, right? So I'm sure you're thinking through, well, it's my data and I'm bringing it to the cloud platform. So just know that in terms of your data and your data sets, your prompts, which is essentially your inputs to the GenAI solution, and the completions. It's the output that is generated from your model of choice. Your embeddings and your training data. It is yours. So we are absolutely, we work really hard in terms of security and privacy to ensure that your data stays within your tenant and subscription. So to kind of make it really clear, we are not making it available to other customers. We're not making it available to our partner, OpenAI, nor are we, using the data for any sort of improvements. So just something to keep in mind. Okay, so what does a RAG model look like? So this is sort of a high level, just an architectural overview of essentially what your retrieval model is doing and where it fits in the grand scheme of things. So most, business applications, you're going to have a UI UX, right? And your UI is going to send in the prompt. The prompt is going to essentially, be ingested by an orchestrator, and I'll talk a little bit about what is an orchestrator in the next slide. But essentially, the orchestrator is sort of the agent that then sends the prompt into your retrieval system. So that's the general flow of the data. And so once your retrieval system receives the prompt, it's able to then pull in, just based on different techniques, and I'll talk about what those techniques are. It pulls the right response from your data source, and then it feeds it into the large language model. That's really where the accuracy comes in, right? Because now you're sending the right context to the large language model or to your model of choice for the right response to be fed back to the application. Okay, so I talked about what are some of the techniques that are happening under the hood, right? So when you feed your data to this retrieval system, and we do have an out-of-the-box solution, it's called AI Search. Again, it's amazing. I think it's one of the best, in my opinion, best services that we have to offer, and it really does a fabulous job, for an out-of-the-box solution, for a RAG solution that you can quickly go in and prototype in the AI Studio. So some of the things that happen behind the scenes is, in order to deliver rich context, there is a technique called as chunking. So what is that? Chunking essentially is, there's going to be large data sets that you're going to introduce to the model. And so in order to make the large data sets more efficient and manageable, it's broken down into chunks, which essentially, provides that rich context that your Gen AI solution needs for that accuracy in the response. And then there's the vectorization, right? Vectorization is, again, a technique that is used, within AI search to ensure that these chunks of data are processed not, point by point, which is, again, not definitely a time-efficient way of doing things. So it's done simultaneously, so you have higher response speeds. And then you've got indexing, right? So indexing, if, are the data experts here in the audience, you know what indexing is. It's just a way to ensure that you're creating categories so that the retrieval process is precise and efficient. And then last but not the least, we offer a technique called as ranking. And ranking essentially allows the most relevant response to be picked by the LLM and provided as a output to your Gen AI solution. And real quick here, our engineering team did some testing with public data to see which ranking system did the best. And as you can see, the hybrid plus re-ranking is the system or the technique that gives the best results. Okay. So here is we talked about what the retrieval system is. I mentioned AI Search as being our go-to AI service for that. And so this is sort of a end-to-end integration of what your solution will have going on under the hood. So you have your AI Search, which is essentially your retrieval system. Your retrieval system is talking to your models of choice. So in this case, it's Azure OpenAI. And of course, if your system is using other AI services, you're essentially, your AI Search is also talking to those services as well. And then the thing to know is that we don't expect our customers to create a data platform. There is a choice, but you can bring your data. So we are meeting you where you are in terms of your data needs. So if you have your data stored in a database somewhere, you can definitely follow the integrated vectorization process and index it and then expose it to your Gen AI solution. So having said that, the orchestration systems that are available that commonly customers are using today, you might be familiar with LangChain. That's a very popular one across a lot of the AI developers. Azure AI Studio is an option, and then Semantic Kernel. Semantic Kernel is our SDK that we offer to our developers to be able to build, these orchestration systems, functions and things like that. And then the most important thing I want to emphasize in your RAG situation is it's your quality of data. So bad data is going to give you bad outputs, right? So it's very important as you're starting to think about your RAG solutions. Data preparation, processing is a very critical component. And a lot of times customers miss that. They're like, oh, we have this data set. Let's just throw that in and see how the model behaves. And then they're not happy with the output response, right? That's because of the quality of data. So be thinking about, as you're thinking about, your Gen AI solution, definitely be thinking about the data preparation and processing piece. So we've kind of gone through what a retrieval augmented generative system or a RAG model looks like. And so that it doesn't stop there, right? So we do have AI services, but we also offer a unified data and AI platform. So if you're thinking of bringing your data into the Azure platform, I would urge you to look into OneLake and Microsoft Fabric. That's our go-to data destination, so to speak, in the AI era. Okay, so we talked about the two key components that will make your solution unique. That is, pick a model of your choice, think about fine-tuning, think about prompt engineering, and then we covered the RAG situation where you're grounding the model with your own custom data. So as you now start to think about operationalizing your solution, safety becomes really a aspect that you really have to be thinking about to ensure that your solution is meeting all the standards. So in this case, responsible tooling is something that we live by within our company. So within our culture, we're constantly thinking about how we are taking a responsible AI approach, right? So what are some of the things that we're doing? So in terms of the multimodal filtering, we constantly are scanning in our system. So when you introduce data into your system, we're scanning for videos, images, and text to really identify and block harmful content. And you can actually see that when you run the content safety tool, and you can go in and play with some of the content types, and it will respond pretty well. Also creating block lists and custom categories, right, to block certain topics, whether it might have, for example, bullying language, right? So, or any kind of disparaging language. So, those type of things are also, available to you. And then prompt shielding, you might have heard about jailbreaks and prompt injection attacks. It's it's getting really mature. So we are constantly evolving as well to stay ahead of that. And then just making sure the output is also, aligning to, what customers are expecting to make sure that it's not breaking any standards. So this is just really, what the threat landscape looks like and how the prompt injection attacks occur, and really what are some of the new protection approaches that we're taking. Okay, so let's quickly talk about operationalizing your system. So, you've thought through your data, you've thought through, your safety mechanisms, you've thought through your model. So you've now come to the point where you are introducing your Gen AI solution. It's moving from that MVP stage. You've passed the testing, deployment, and now it's in production. So what is one thing to be thinking about as you think about productionalizing your solution? You might have heard the term LLM Ops, which is LLM operations, and it's really that, in Scrum terminology, it's that agile approach, right? So you've built a system that adapts to change really well. You also have your organization between your developers and your data engineers and your IT operations. They're all working in collaboration, because you're not going to have a successful productionalized solution if you don't have these key roles working together. So just, think about that as well as you're planning your solution. So this is kind of just what some of the best practices are around agility. And I'm going to blow through this one really quick. This is essentially kind of a overview of really how we focus on making a developer's life really easy within AI Studio, right? So there's all of the different SDKs and the AI Studio and all of the different orchestrators that are available. And then, it's not just the developers, right? So developers go into GitHub and Visual Studio and you can go do all of your coding in there, but it's also the no code, right? So you're going to have your business folks that aren't programmers, but they're also actively playing a part in ensuring that, there is AI feature functionality into either your existing solutions or maybe your digital native solutions. So we have the option of Power Platform, Copilot Studio, and as well AI Studio has some really cool out-of-the-box solutions as well. So here you go. This is sort of your end-to-end, Azure AI platform. So it's not just AI, but we talked about also the data aspect. So as you start to think about bringing data into the Microsoft Azure platform, you have various options available, and these are some of our use cases that we commonly see in our customer scenarios, right? So increasing productivity, automate process, improve customer experience, and build creative content. And what do these Gen AI use cases offer customers? You generate new revenue systems. So as you expand the feature functionality of your solutions, there's ROI there. Differentiated customer experience, right? So in the improved customer experience, as you build your chatbots or what have you, you differentiate that, and then you have you can modernize internal processes as well. And then to wrap, this is really, when you go from POC to production, just kind of the different, areas and the services within the platform that are available to you. And really, it's a complete cloud, right? So you can go in and you can leverage a piece of it. You can leverage AI services and think about how you're going to integrate it into your existing solution. Or you can leverage the Azure platform completely, right? Because it's not just an AI platform, but there's an intelligent data platform, you have the app platform, and then you've got a very secure global infrastructure. So in terms of next steps, so these are just some things that we offer, like as you start to think about generative AI solutions at scale. There's an AI readiness assessment. If you haven't gone on to our Learn site, so it's learn.microsoft.com. It's very comprehensive in terms of product documentation. We do have an AI readiness assessment that you can take. There's also an envisioning workshop that you can participate in, and then there's an innovative program as well that you can participate in to kind of build a framework around your Gen AI solutioning. So that is a wrap. Thank you all for listening, and come see me after lunch or after the breaks, and if you have any questions. And thank you all for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Farah Dindar. Thank you so much. Wonderful, and that's so true what you just heard there. So again, you're curious, you'd like to know more, you'd like to maybe have a chat or maybe even challenge some of what you hear from our speakers as well. I'm sure during the breaks you'll be able to again grab a coffee and take those conversations forward as well. As you can see on my left hand side, just preparing now for the next session. And this, in fact, this is essentially all about how to really develop Gen AI applications using video tools. We're going to see quite an intriguing demo here right now on stage. So we're just setting up right now. Again, ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you a little bit later on at the end of the day, we'll be just before we wrap up right at the end, we've actually got the Gala Awards as well, the AI Expo Europe Gala Award. So again, achievements in AI, quite intriguing indeed. I'm not going to tell you too much more about that. I'll be hosting that a little bit later on, but well worth coming and seeing and hearing what it's all about. Right, ladies and gentlemen, already here on my left-hand side, please welcome to the stage, he's already here, Mr. Shiram Jamal.
Testing. Okay, well, good afternoon. So I think let's see if we can get connected. How do I actually have my slides displayed? So just give me a couple of seconds. I'm using my laptop because I need to give you guys a demo as well. I don't want to bore you with the slides, so that's why I brought my laptop. So I think the slides need to get displayed, so
Just bear with us just for a moment. What we're doing naturally, trying to get those slides up as soon as we can. Hopefully they'll be coming up rather than the black screen. How are we doing with that? Are we getting on with that? Are we doing well, hopefully? Okay, right, what we're going to do right now, just bear with us just a couple of minutes while we figure this out. Bear with us just for a few moments.
thank you. Just give it another couple of minutes, though. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sharam, and I work for NVIDIA. I lead NGC, which stands for NVIDIA GPU Cloud. So in today's session, I'm going to actually walk you through a couple of slides. I'm not going to bore you with a lot of slides. I'm going to show you in action that how do you build applications from prototyping to production using NVIDIA APIs and the NGC catalog. Now, you guys might be asking, what is NGC? So, NGC stands for NVIDIA GPU Cloud. And NGC is a portal of enterprise management, software, and tools to accelerate your AI development workflow. And what is the mission of NGC? The mission of NGC is to empower developers and enterprises to easily discover, access, deploy, and scale trusted AI solutions. And for API catalog, why do we need API catalog? It's just to, how do you accelerate the AI development time and reduce the AI development time so you can test and prototype and then move your models into production. So in this talk, I'm going to be talking about what NVIDIA AI APIs are, what NVIDIA NGC is, and then I'm going to give you a walkthrough in real time of these applications, that how can you build your application based on your use case. So this is what I'll be covering. So with that being said, if you look, I'll start from 2022, right? So 2022 was more like an AI revolution. It was the ChatGPT started that revolution. We had 100 million users in 2 months, right? And 2023 was the year of how do you actually play with these AI workflows. And 2024 is the year about, okay, how do you move from prototyping to production, right? So that's what the theme is. So this is what this slide tells about. Now, what are NVIDIA AI foundation models here, which you see on the site? And again, if I'm going, the purpose is I'm going to make it very high level, because I don't know how many of you are developers, but it's just pretty high level. But if you guys do not understand any of these acronyms, after the presentation, you guys can talk to me and I can walk you through in more details, and I will try my level best to explain that in layman terms. So anyways, what is NVIDIA AI Foundation Model? So these are a collection of pre-trained enterprise-ready AI models, which will accelerate from prototyping to production, right? And as you can see, the AI foundation models consist of the community models. Like, for example, we have the Mistral, the Llama 2, and the Gamma models. All these models are performance optimized for NVIDIA GPU accelerated stack, and I'm going to walk you through as well while I'm giving the demo. Now, this is the next important concept is what are NIMs? Now, NIM stands for NVIDIA Inference Microservices. What is a NIM? In a nutshell, NIM is a collection of cloud-native microservices which would accelerate from prototyping to production, and you can deploy it in any cloud data center or on the edge, right? These are the key attributes of a NIM, and again, if it's too technical, I'm just going to skip it, but it's basically a pre-built container with a Helm chart. You have these APIs, and then there's support for custom models, and it has domain-specific code. This is the NVIDIA API catalog, which I briefly, discussed in my opening slide as well, and I'm going to walk you through in more detail. So specifically, as a developer, what you're trying to do is that building AI models is a pretty complex task. So what we have done is at NVIDIA, we want you to experience, prototype, deploy production-ready APIs anywhere on the NVIDIA API catalog. Once that's done, you can actually use them in production using the NGC cloud, which is the NVIDIA GPU cloud. And you can actually self-host them anywhere as well. And again, you want to accelerate your enterprise's application faster to production. You can actually run from your existing SDKs with as little as 3 lines of code as well. And you have, you're using Kubernetes as well. I'm not going to go into too details of what Kubernetes is, but I mean, this is what we do. NGC. NGC actually, as I said earlier, that it stands for NVIDIA GPU Cloud. And again, the mission of NGC is to empower developers and enterprises to easily discover, access, deploy, and scale trusted AI solutions. Once I go through the demo, I'm going to show you that NGC has pre-built containers, it has models as well, it has AI workflows, it has resources, and it has collection as well, right? And then these are based on your use cases, you have different. So you have Gen AI, for example, for computer vision, you have conversational AI and recommendation as well. Now, I mean, so basically for NGC, since it is actually targeted for enterprise developers, so if you want to pull any content, it is actually, secure to pull that content. And with every resources you want to pull, there's a security scan report as well, which will tell you what is the health of each container. Because enterprises are very concerned that each and every specific resources or collection have a specific security criteria which needs to be passed. Okay, so that was like a quick slide introduction. Now I'm going to go to the main the demo and walk you through what I was talking about. I'll show you. I think I need help because I think it's here popped on my laptop, but I cannot see it here. Okay, great. So, all right, I'm going to hold my laptop because I'm going to put it here, by the way. Okay, so so the first, as a developer, if I want to actually, want to deploy AI solution, the first thing is you have to come on the ai.nvidia.com, right? And what here it shows is that for example, it tells you about okay, you want to deploy Gen AI with NVIDIA NIM, right? And as I said, NIM stands for NVIDIA Inference Microservices. It's a set of cloud-native based microservices, right? So you don't have to actually create your own. It's already readily available. So here, I mean, you have these leading open models right now. So for example, here you have these Llama 3 models. You have the Vision Instruct and the Llama 3 2B Instruct as well. And once actually I said, okay, open the full page, it will come here. These are our most popular foundation models. So here, based on the use cases, for example, here as a developer, if you're here, you want to look, okay, if my use case is about reasoning, if it's about vision, it's about visual design, if it's about retrieval, I think retrieval is more for example, if you have a RAG use case, which stands for retrieval augmented generation, speech, biology, simulation, and other use cases as well. Then there are specific industries as well with the gaming and the healthcare industry. So I want to show you a really interesting thing. So here, based on for example, whatever your use case is. So let's say we have these, NIM agent blueprints, right? And let's say when I come on here, so let's say let's build a digital human, right? Okay, so let's do, so these are building a digital human. So let's click this, and this is like a live demo. You guys can play with that as well, right? So so basically what it's showing here is we're going to do a live demo, and I'm going to talk and ask James. This is James, and I'm going to tell him, hey James, why don't you tell the audience in Romanian language what a GPU is? So let's see. Let's try it out. Let's see, the internet is working. Hey, James, how are you?
Hello, I'm James, a digital human. Feel free to ask me anything about NVIDIA and its products.
Hey, James, I'm in Romania, Bucharest, and I'm presenting to an audience. And can you tell the audience?
Romania, a country with a rich history and culture. I'm here to engage with you and share my expertise on NVIDIA's products and technologies.
Can you tell them about what a GPU is in Romanian language?
Un GPU, Graphics Processing Unit, este un component al unei plăci video care procesează rapid și eficient operațiile grafice și de calcul.
Great. Tell me something else about like Bucharest. What should I tell the audience?
Un GPU este un component al unei plăci video care procesează rapid și eficient operațiile grafice și de calcul.
Yeah, that's wrong, but just because there's latency issue as well. But again, this is like a live demo or something like that. So I'm just showing you the power of digital human, right? You can see that he can actually talk in these different languages, right? And this is what a NIM blueprint is. And you can play with it. You guys can access it. It's like, as you can see, I'm using a live internet, right? So it's just like as it is. So you can use French, Russian, German, all these languages, right? So anyways, this was one interesting, demo I wanted to show. And then, you can do a similar thing as well. So for example, here, if you have PDF data extraction, right? So for example, we can choose this one. And this is about the multimodal PDF data extraction, right? So let's say what you can do is, let's say these are public earning calls right now. I mean, they're already uploaded, right? So if I click that, and let's say extract the data set. So yeah, the data set is ready. So the test experience. So, okay, let's say, what was the Meta's operating margin percentage in Q2 of 2023, right? And it will give you already actually about the Meta report's fourth quarter and full results. So basically what this shows is like, you can easily actually, extract all the information. All you have to do is like upload the FI of the financial year report and then ask the relevant question as well, right? So this is another one powerful use case as well. So we can, even do, let's say, let's take another one here. Extract data set here. The data set is ready to use. And let's say, what are the three ontology design options analyzed in the paper multi-aspect ontology? Let's say what it says. And yeah, so just talk about like, extracting information. So again, this is a very powerful use case as well, which you can do. And again, it's free of use. You can do that, build applications on top of that. And then, we have like other ones as well. So let me go back. Yeah, so these are different use cases. So you have multi-modal PDF data extraction for the NIM blueprints. You have the building the digital human, which we went through the demo. And this is pretty interesting as well. Let's say actually this is pretty cool. You guys will like that as well. And this is about like, building a virtual screening pipeline, right? So what this does is that, let's say for example, this is the, for example, let me actually generate molecules for this. So this is like, for example, I think this one is more about like how the molecular visibility looks like. And, this is only possible for GenAI. So if you're like, let's say a biologist or pharmacist, right? You can, look at, these different molecules, which was never possible before, right? So this just kind of shows the, into specific details, right? The molecular structure. Yeah, so I think, I mean, these are, again, different models here. So again, if you're a developer, you come here, you test these different models based on your use case, and then if you want to deploy them, you can use NVIDIA NIMs, right? Now, and again, these are these different use cases here. Like, as I said, these are vision, visual design, retrieval, speech, biology, simulation, and all these others, right? Now, let's actually go to the NGC site. Okay, again, you know, this is the NVIDIA GPU cloud. So now let's say you have, as a developer, you tested your models on the API catalog. Let's say you want to actually now use these, you know, as a developer, now you tested, you prototype, and you're like, okay, you know what? I want to actually use them in production. How do I do that? So you come on NGC, which is the NVIDIA GPU cloud, it's a catalog of, you know, GPU optimized software for AI, machine learning, high performance computing, right? So here, let's say I come here and, you know, basically these are like, you know, I mean, I'm here and based on my use cases, I've got everything here. So basically, let's say I want to do like, you know, this is like these different models like Llama 3.1, 405B instruct, the eye contact container. So let's say we use a specific use case. And yeah, so here you have these models, resources, containers, collection, and Helm chart. So you can, let's say, if you want to do like, let's say my use case is like automatic speech recognition or NLP or language modeling. I can, you know, use the use case. Then I can select the, you know, different platforms. Like, so let's say we want to do automatic speech recognition. And here, when I come here specifically, I can select the automatic speech recognition. And here it will tell me, like, for example, there are 2 containers. If I want to download that, it will tell me if there are any Helm charts or models or resources. I can do that as well. It tells me about, like, you know, how does the speech to text work? You know, the feature extraction, the acoustic model, the decoder as well, how these all components work together. Now, I can also actually, you know, here I can go to collection as well. And as you can see, you know, the collections are use case-based curated content available in one easy-to-use package for various applications, right? And here we have these different collections. Now I can do the similar for the containers as well. You know, this is like, again, you have these various containers, like, again, based on your use cases, you know, and based on, like, you know, what platform you want to choose, if it's NVIDIA NIM, etc. And then you can do Helm charts as well. So, you know, again, Helm charts are used to actually automate your software deployment on Kubernetes clusters. And then you can use the resources as well. Like, for example, you know, resources are here that, you know, they will actually help you to examine, customize, test, and build AI faster, right? So again, you know, we started, as I said, like I mean, again, you know, I wanted to keep it very high level as well. The key message I wanted to give here is specifically, if you are a developer and if you want to embark on your AI journey, what NVIDIA does is it provides you the API catalog. You can come on the API catalog. You can do your testing and prototyping. Once you like it, you can come and download that in your environment. And all of that is possible through NIMs, NVIDIA Inference Microservices. So as a developer, you don't have to actually you know, deal with complex workflows. You don't have to actually deal with, like, how to, you know, compile these models, etc. So this is how actually, you know, you can go from prototyping to production using NVIDIA tools and software. Yeah, so that's the end of my presentation. And yeah, and if you guys have any questions specifically, please, you know, feel free to reach out. And thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. We got there. We got there in the end. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? I'm sure you have, I certainly have, and I'm sure Shram has as well, built up a healthy appetite, because what we're going to do now, lunch is being served right now, 12:30. We will be back here in an hour. Back here in 60 minutes. 1:30 back here on this stage for more AI Expo Europe 2024. buying trends, how that's going to look like in the future, and how we're going to put that all together, customer behaviors, and anticipating those customer needs as well. So as everything moves very fast and moving forward at a great pace with AI, so too is, or are, what the customer feels and what they need as well. Intriguing, certainly is. Let's hear now from our next speaker here on stage. Please welcome to the stage from Salesforce, Mr. Jean-François Vinet.
Fantastic, thank you. Thank you. All right. Hello, everybody. Happy to be here. And so I'll kick things off. We'll look at readiness for, obviously, the AI revolution is what we'll do. I'll attempt this, and bear with me, but mă bucur foarte mult să fie aici cu voi. If that doesn't make sense whatsoever, blame the AI prompt, and I do apologize. So, in all seriousness, my name is Jean-François Vinet. I'm a senior digital account executive for Salesforce. What does that mean? I have the pleasure of interacting with global brands on a daily basis and getting to hear from them, obviously, in terms of partnering up with their own strategies. And so, what I'm hoping to do today, take you through highlights from our 9th State of Marketing report very quickly in the first portion of this presentation, and then how this is applicable to the AI piece, right? And so, again, goal for today's session, really around diving into the report, and then being able to make some predictions on future trends, what that looks like, anticipating customer needs, and then to do so, we'll be able to lean into various ways of empowering yourselves, your customers, and consumers in terms of AI and their AI journeys. So, just a quick reminder, Salesforce publicly traded company, and so you might see some products that are not out yet, and so this is just a disclaimer to that effect. Fantastic. So, diving into the report, what I'll start by saying, for any sort of good research, methodology matters, right? And so taking a look at who it is that we surveyed and how we did that in the marketing report, really around just shy of 5,000 respondents in the marketing report. For really a truly global view, so across 29 countries, 6 continents, etc. And so these span all sorts of different industries that you're seeing on the left-hand side of the screen, different demographics as well, from small companies all the way through the enterprise space. And then a business model that might be B2B2C, B2B, and then B2C, and we'll see some different flavors of that as we progress through the presentation today. Okay? So, just very quickly, summary of some of what we saw on the State of Marketing report, right? Some of the trends that emerged from the survey. We grouped them into these buckets that you see on screen, and I'll be more than happy to obviously highlight what that looks like. So, very quickly, right? Some of these top priorities and challenges that you may or may not be surprised to see. Going into the first one right here, in terms of the marketer's top priority and top challenge, might be the reason why most of you are here today, right? So implementing or leveraging AI, and again, same goes for the ability to be able to deliver on that AI piece. So in addition to ramping up new or maturing technologies like AI, you'll see some of what is listed on the screen, and we'll see how that ties into the AI strategy, but this is obviously key for what is to come on that front, right? So, data and AI can help marketers reach customers in new ways and be more efficient, but they are far from reaching their potential, and that's really what we highlight right here. If you're not fully satisfied at this point in time with your AI strategy, please feel or please know that you're definitely not alone, especially with what we're showcasing on screen right now, right? So most high performers see room for improvement, and so fewer than half are fully satisfied with their attempts to both unify data and then be able to use that data to activate it with the artificial intelligence piece, right? Many marketers are obviously looking to deepen their customer relationships through loyalty programs, omni-channel experiences, but satisfaction is definitely low on these initiatives as well. And so on average, only 1 in 3 marketer is really fully satisfied with performance on those core initiatives. And so that struggle to unify customer data is absolutely real and is going to be a necessity to be able to provide personalized interactions and really for us to be able to lean on AI to do so. The foundational piece and where to start really around shoring up data foundation is going to be what is going to be key for being able to fuel AI analytics and growth moving forward, right? And so there is no shortage of data sources, but putting them to work is really what is a true challenge at this point in time. And so businesses have long struggled to connect these disparate data points to create timely, consistent interactions with the consumer. And so marketers are looking for a connected view of their customer touchpoints and taking a full funnel approach to data, sales, and service in turn, right? And so what the survey tells us is that these marketers are juggling with all sorts of different touch points, tactics, and so on. And so they're touching on average 9 different systems in terms of being able to collect data for the entirety of their customer journey. What comes as a surprise, obviously, the first 2 points on the chart on the right, where some of these might be all but in name first-party data, but they are coming from the services side of things and so on, where they're gleaned directly from those pieces that normally wouldn't be necessarily associated with the marketer, right? And so it's not just about collecting data, it's obviously about integrating it and most importantly using AI to be able to activate it. And so marketers are going to be under a tremendous amount of pressure to be able to apply that information they collect about prospects and consumers and do that incredibly fast, right? And so when we speak about doing that fast, well, timeliness obviously matters. And so how long does it take for us to be able to go, obviously, from a platform and being able to leverage that data, right? And so what we're seeing is roughly 40% of marketers still do not have real-time data for them to be able to activate and have that at their fingertips. And so that will be absolutely crucial in moving the needle moving forward. And so if you think of the millions of dollars of investment that we're making into these campaigns and doing so without having the data to act on right away, this is absolutely a pain point at the moment. And then on the flip side, right, every team with access to that data in real time might not necessarily be able to activate it. And so if I bring your attention on the bottom quadrant, you'll be able to see that roughly 60% of marketers are claiming that they're not able to execute on a campaign despite having the data to do so. So what does that mean? It really means that obviously I have the data in place, but I don't have the tools or the know-how to be able to execute that. And so that's, again, where AI might come into play. And so one of the key pieces, obviously, around what we're seeing from the survey, deepening relationships with both account-based marketing and loyalty programs, depending on how you go about it. But the key piece here being around the sizable investment that we are making into these campaigns. And so tying it back to our first point, if you don't have access to activate that data, well, then this investment might be made in vain. Third piece, really around personalization, right? It remains a work in progress. And so there's a stark difference between low and high performers that we are seeing from a personalization standpoint. And so the idea here is really the process of creating a unique brand experience is going to be an ongoing process. And it requires all sorts of different things from targeted engagement throughout the customer journey. But this can be particularly challenging during the early stages as we navigate the data piece. And so I'll use maybe an example that might resonate with this group. And so I might not be as fortunate as most of you where you have access to fantastic coffee shops on a daily basis, right? And so I'm stuck going to this little place called Starbucks in North America. And so the example I'll give you here is when I interact with this brand on a daily basis, right, they have everything that they need from me in terms of data, engagement points, and so on, right? So they know where I live, they know where I shop, and I engage with them on an app, email, etc. The idea here and what we're trying to illustrate is that that data, again, is accessible to them and not being activated, right? And so how disappointing is it for me where, as a consumer, there is absolutely no personalization in that interaction with me, with that brand that I will gravitate towards on a daily basis. In terms of that battle to win over audiences, it will always only get harder in terms of winning over those consumers because of the customer expectation, right? So what I just spoke about from a personalization standpoint, the idea is that will constantly be growing, and so only 6 in 10 marketers are able to fully personalize across all channels, and that's what we're able to obviously illustrate right here. In terms of the fourth and second to last point, seeking unified analytics, that ties it back to the data piece. And so the idea here is obviously to be able to understand, well, how successful is that marketing dollar that I invest? And so am I able to, in real time, use that data and be able to understand where that dollar is going and how far it is going? And then finally, and maybe most importantly, right, those various teams definitely need to be able to update their strategies to stay competitive in the space, right? So using AI, and when we say AI, both generative and predictive, to be able to improve efficiency and then improve the level of personalizations with the interactions at scale will obviously be incredibly key. So to that point, right, marketers are focused on making AI successful with the right data, because once you do, you're able to have that unified data harmonized, and you're setting up yourself for success with an input that's going to provide you with a better output, right? And so the two most popular AI use cases, if I take a minute to touch on those, would really be around both the predictive piece, where the marketer is able to have automation in the customer interactions. And then that might be an example I might be able to give you is send time optimization. So going back to my example with Starbucks, as a consumer, they send me all sorts of emails at any time of day, but I only interact with those, open those emails every single evening around 10 p.m. And so knowing that, using AI to be able to send those emails so that they're top of mind for me as soon as I open my email inbox daily at 10 p.m. will be absolutely key for a company like that, right? And so on the generative AI piece, right, the content generation, being able to lean on an AI tool to be able to do that will be absolutely key in having that personalization that I was referring to earlier, right? And so we're seeing marketers incorporating both into their toolkits, with 75% of marketers already rolling up their sleeve and experimenting with one or both. And so what I'll mention here, and as I navigate these slides, in the face of obviously an increasingly competitive and tech-driven marketing space, right? More than ever, if you think of those teams, right, you think of the creative folks in the organization and so on, 89% of marketers say that they absolutely need to innovate to remain competitive in the space. And what's interesting about that piece is the willingness to dive into the AI space, which is much higher than, let's say, a sales industry, a service industry, and so on. And so with that in mind, what I'm hoping to do in the next portion of our conversation just now is really around, obviously, being able to dive into the immense potential that AI has to drive, obviously, economic growth, enhance productivity, but most importantly, foster creativity and offer personalized content on that front. So the two topics, right? So adopting an AI strategy with the customer at the center of what we do, and then being able to have a responsible strategy for how we go about that. And so this is usually a slide that in a somewhat cheeky way I use with my clients, right? As we start having these conversations around where we're at and how we look forward to that AI piece and that readiness, right? And so I'm sure most of us sit somewhere across the funnel right here, whether it's all the way on the far left where it's, the skeptic that is reading newsletters on a daily basis and robots are about to take over the world and we absolutely have to stop that. Or you're all the way on the right side and like me, you're already half robot. And so you might have all sorts of different flavors to this, but the idea is for us to know where we stand and start asking that question in terms of how ready we are for that transition. And so that's at Salesforce what's happened over the last decade. And I won't spend too much time here, but I'll just say that obviously a tremendous amount of investment in both manpower and on the product side of things has gone into the AI component in the last decade. And so really what you're seeing as we progress through the years, especially in recent years, is throughout every single cloud of our platform, right, there's an AI layer that is incorporated into it, whether that's sales, service, Tableau, for instance, on the analytics side of thing. All of that comes together with that trusted AI layer to it. So the goal being, right, more than anything, for us to move from a mindset of people versus AI to one where we're obviously working in tandem and really enhancing the people through AI for what we're coining as obviously collective intelligence. And so this is a fantastic slide for us to be able to picture the customer-centric approach that we are hoping to bring forward in this competitive landscape, right? And so the consumer has more options than ever, their expectations are higher, and so in this customer-centric blueprint, what we're really able to do, and that I do believe is essential for businesses moving forward, and for them to stay relevant and successful, it not only helps us acquire a new customer, but also in retaining the existing ones, right? And so knowing what we know about the cost of acquiring new customers, that is absolutely crucial for businesses to put their focus on moving forward. And so this should be at the forefront of every single one of our efforts on that piece. And so the one stat that I have on screen that I do really want to double click on, 84% of customers say that the experience, if you will, a company provides is just as important as the product and the service. I'm going to maybe say that again. So 84% of customers, right, say that the experience is as important as the service that they are offering or the products that they are offering. What's key to note is over the last 5 years, that has gone up 6% every single year in terms of the importance allocated to that in this report that I'm sharing with you today. And so and we'll get to how we know the customer in one moment, but in today's landscape, really what I wanted to obviously touch on is obviously repetitive tasks will distract us from our customer, and that's absolutely the last thing that we want to do. And so by leveraging AI, obviously we can automate these tasks and dedicate more time to enhancing our customer experiences, right? And so if you think of your day-to-day task or even your teams and so on, if 62% of the day is lost to repetitive tasks, if your average workday is something like eight hours, imagine the impact of giving back 5 hours to your teams on a daily basis for them to get creative and get meaningful in terms of everything that they do. That's exactly where obviously the AI piece comes in, right? And so AI allows us to create highly personalized experiences for our customers. And so some of the examples and some of what I want to touch on is really going to be embedded in every single step of the journey as you're seeing on screen right here, right? And so if it's embedded in the marketing platform, where that is absolutely going to be key for us is ensuring that we're using that data piece that we were alluding to earlier and being able to activate in real time in the background where you might have something like segmentation that is happening for you, and that might have taken that 5 hours per day every single day, and the system is now doing that piece for you, right? If it's not that, and if it's on the predictive side of things with that embedded in the platform, well then again, you're able to save time and act on insights in a very meaningful way, as opposed to manually combing through all of these leads. The system is doing that for you. And so I've got a fairly busy screen right here for you, but what I'm really hoping to take you through, right, again, that customer-centric approach that you're seeing at the top of the screen, and I'm going to focus on that for just a minute. As we work through the funnel, the idea is for us to be able to really understand what needs to be done, for us to be able to know the consumer, right? And then from there, as we're moving them through, well, the idea is that we're able to have all of these different KPIs that might make sense to us with all of these touch points that we all know and engage with, right? And so whether that's a website, that's an application, that's a chat, whatever the case may be, well, then all of these activities are relevant to us. And where it becomes incredibly accelerated in moving them through the funnel is in layering in the AI piece that we were touching on, right? And so if we think about moving them through the funnel, if it's something like segment creation at the top of the funnel, well, then being able to obviously retarget them and really, again, push the amount of weight that our marketing dollar might have later on as we're in consideration, and then into acquisition where, again, you completely know who I am and you're targeting me in a very personalized way. I go back to my example of Starbucks. Well, we're now at a point where if you know my transaction history and you know that every single day I interact with you and I buy a latte, well then why are you engaging with me about the new breakfast sandwich, right? You know I haven't in 20 years bought a breakfast sandwich from you, and so that's exactly what this screen right here is prompting us to do. I know I'm running short on time, and so the last few things I'll mention is really around the trust piece that comes with implementing AI, and that is twofold, right? So really from both an internal and external standpoint. And so the idea is we're seeing headlines such as these already, and you know they've been part of our day-to-day for some time now. The idea is for us to really be able to address everything that would be top of mind on that front, and then be able to follow both legislation, yes, but also have guidelines internally that are in line with what we just saw, so that we do create an environment that is fostering trust, and then in turn moving us towards a people and AI versus what we had discussed prior, right? And so in empowering our teams, that's really done through that trust piece. In terms of the AI readiness, I'll leave you with this slide, right? Are we ready from a people and operations standpoint and a technology perspective, and what is the ROI on bringing that to our business? And then what do we need to do from a foundational standpoint to be able to do so? And so if there's one piece that you keep from today's presentation, it's really the foundational piece being data, and you're able to obviously activate that moving forward with the layer of AI that would come on top of it, okay? And so I will leave you with that and say mulțumesc foarte mult.
Ladies and gentlemen, there we are. Jean-François Vinet, thank you so much. And again, Jean-François, if you're intrigued, you're curious, you'd like to know more, or I always say if you'd like to challenge some of our speakers and what they've been sharing, I'm sure, well, I'm not quite sure, looking on your face, maybe you would, if people want to challenge you on
Yes.
what you've said, I'm sure you'll be able to have a chat with them.
Happy to.
Absolutely, there we are. Right, we move on now to our next session. Again, you'll agree with me, already we have really kind of almost like a butterfly flying around into different sectors, different parts of the AI world of really trying to make sense of really what it means. We move across now into more deeper into the world of cybersecurity, those myth-busting ideas, the disinformation perhaps, and again, to try to shed some light on really what it's all about. Again, another one that I'm certainly intrigued to hear about. Please welcome to the stage right now from the Superbet Group, Mr. Alex J. Ballan.
I got a microphone. Hello, everybody. But I'm missing the clicker. There we go. So, hello. I'm Alex Ballan, or Jay, as most friends call me. I've been with the Superbet Group for the past 2 years. And I gotta start off by making a confession. This is the first time I've done my slides with the AI, so with ChatGPT. Don't clap just yet, because I gotta say, it's not necessarily the best outcome. So I've done close to a few hundred presentations so far on a number of stages. I would have done it better, but for the sake of his reputation or its reputation, I've kept the slides. So, I thought it was worth, a number of the things that I'm gonna say are gonna be either redundant for some of you guys. You're gonna be like, okay, this is boring, I already know this stuff. And maybe some of the stuff is gonna be slightly way too technical with some, terminology. So apologies in advance for both of those situations, but I am available for questions afterwards. In my mind, AI is automation. It's technology that provides us with the capability to accelerate and automate most of the things that we're doing. And it's doing this in all aspects of life, right? So from agriculture to space exploration to cybersecurity, of course. And I'm sure that most of you would agree that we've been doing AI in probably a more rudimentary form for the past 20 years. So just out of curiosity, who here would agree that we've been done a form of AI 20 years ago? Any programmers? So yeah, I'm an engineer, and back in 1999, we had a saying in our department: if you work, you're stupid. You don't know how to automate your stuff. Anything that you're doing, it has to be automated. You have to have some predictability. And we've been having that mentality since, again, 1999. So, in my mind, I'm a big fan of Star Trek, as most nerds are. And the current form of AI, if you add natural language processing, just of curiosity, how many of you know what NLP stands for? Come on, it's the foundation of generative AI. If you add NLP to generative AI, you get your very own Mr. Data. And we don't have sound? Anyway, it doesn't matter, because Mr. Data actually...
Disciplines. Didn't I just say that? Yes, sir. But not quite as perspicuously.
Let's try it again.
While the information imparted to cadets at the Academy is unquestionably vital for prospective Starfleet officers, it nonetheless requires a significant period of supplementary systems training and situational disciplines. Didn't I just say that? Yes, sir. But not quite as perspicuously.
So here's the thing. I think that ChatGPT in its current form is actually better than Mr. Data. Am I right? It's actually more coherent, more empathic, more connected to us. So I'm very happy to realize, and I've actually realized this when I was doing my slides, we have surpassed Star Trek, my friends. So, it was always my dream to have that computer from Star Trek, or a lot of the things that we had. Well, also universal income, but that's another story, or no need for money. But we have actually achieved something better than Mr. Data with empathic AI today. So that's the intro. Now, how we use AI in the Superbet group. First of all, just so you can get an idea, we are at about 4,500 employees, over 4,500 employees, across 10 countries. I think with Brazil launching, we have over 5,000 employees, over 11 countries. Multiple companies, part of the same group, a lot of different cultures, a lot of different technologies, and there's always the possibility of having new acquisitions of other companies constantly. So for us in cybersecurity, it's not the easiest of jobs, but it's definitely fun. So I'm going to give you a few stories. How many of you are familiar with the Twitter hack about 2 years ago? Show of hands. So Twitter literally got hacked, and the hackers they accessed and used the accounts of Donald Trump and a number of other celebrities to do crypto scams. Now, does anybody know how they did it? Cool. So I'm sorry, but I'm going to tell the story even though you guys know it. So what happened was, it was during the pandemic, and people were just learning that VPN is a thing. Now I have to say, as a small comment, personally, I fundamentally am against the concept of VPN. I fundamentally feel that any company should be internet first, and if you need to put stuff behind it, use zero trust network access, like Teleport Pro, Forti, or some other similar solutions. So, what the hackers did, they went through LinkedIn, harvested employees from Twitter, and then called them saying that they're from IT, and there's a problem with their VPN. Now, most of you will remember that in those times, some people were just getting the hang of VPN, you know? It was like, oh man, it's not working again. Because we were not working in the office and we didn't use VPN before, or some stuff like that. And VPN was such a big issue for all companies, right? So they eventually found an employee whose VPN wasn't working. They said, just enter this new VPN server IP address. They cloned the authentication page. They cloned the MFA challenge afterwards. And they guided the user through the steps to share their password and then the MFA code, and with that they got into Twitter. Now there's no real firewall or technology that mitigates that. So I'm going to give you another story very quickly about the Okta hack, which is even basic, it's more basic. Anybody here familiar with Okta? Okta is one of the highest profile security companies in the world, right? Used by the big shots, the Adobes, the whatever. So Okta got hacked in a sense. Their entire customer database was stolen. Now how they did it, they paid $30,000 to an employee from support for half an hour of TeamViewer access on their computer. Defend against that. You know, I mean, TeamViewer is a legitimate application used by support people, okay? So you cannot catch it with anomaly detection on the endpoint. You cannot catch it with, anomaly detection at the network level. How do you defend against and 30,000 people for somebody in support? Let's face it, it's a lot of money. And half an hour is just enough to get into their support dashboard where they have access to all the customers, because they're support, right? They should be able to access customer information. So how do you defend against that? Since, Frank Herbert said, knowing there's a trap is the first step in evading it. So obviously we are trying to learn from what happened to Twitter and what happened to Okta. And we have to ask ourselves, how likely are those scenarios to happen to us? And how the hell do we defend against that when endpoint protection doesn't block it, AWS Shields Advanced Plus doesn't block it, no CM alerts block that stuff? So we're working on a project for insider threat detection. And in that project, we're analyzing the behavior of our employees. And let's say in the Okta case, somebody from support usually has a live session of about 10 minutes, maybe 15, on one customer. Now, if somebody from support has a half an hour session and accesses the information of more than 5 customers, now that's something that you can generate an alert on. So what we're working on is to create a baseline of normal behavior of our employees and then extrapolate anomalies for that. We're not fully there yet, but this is one of the concepts that we're working on. And hopefully this will be able to kind of mitigate any kind of hacks, data leakages, stuff like that that cannot be blocked by traditional technology. Help. Next. Regia. Another challenge was our Kubernetes clusters. If you're not familiar, these are like small, virtual, semi-virtual operating systems that you can cluster together to have very good scalability. Now, if a backdoor, we did an experiment and our red team dropped a backdoor in one of our Kubernetes clusters. And the command and control server for that backdoor was on my virtual private server in Contabo. AWS Guard Duty was silent, all our EDRs were silent, nobody batted an eye. And I got a connect back shell with full access into our Kubernetes cluster. So I go to my blue team leader and I'm like, Aline, what the hell? Why didn't you catch this? And Aline is like, well, your IP in Contabo has a good reputation. There were no markers, there were no traditional technologies to detect that. So what we're working on is to create, again, a baseline of normal chatter of our services. Like most customers have specific types of connections when they're accessing a website. They're short. The intervals in which the packets are exchanged is quite short, unless there's a download or a movie playing. And this can be baselined. So if there's a consistent, persistent connection with a server, that very well might be a backdoor and a hacker talking to a server. So another project that we're working on is to understand and create a baseline of normal chatter for our internet services and extrapolate any abnormal behavior for a moment where, God forbid, the hacker actually gets in. Because always we have to think, because we've seen it, hackers will bypass everything. There's no foolproof defense technology. You will get hacked. It sounds like crazy, but trust me, everybody got hacked. Companies with significantly bigger budgets than you got hacked. LinkedIn got hacked, Adobe got hacked, Microsoft got hacked, Google got hacked. So do not for a second believe that you're foolproof. So you have to be prepared for, this is what I call a zero trust mentality. If this asset would be compromised right now, would I be able to tell? If this person would be compromised, would I be able to tell? And traditional technologies will not be able to tell you that happening. At least not at the level of sophistication that hackers have these days. So I think that I'm probably out of time. So I'm going to skip the next slides. And thank you for your time. Hang on. Wait. Because I prepared the... Yeah. Thank you.
Alex J. Ballon, thank you so much. Wonderful. Right. From cybersecurity over to voice AI. So this next session is focused on specific used cases in terms of voice AI for business. Again, another one I'm intrigued to hear about, certainly right now here on stage. Please welcome to the stage Chongor Barabasi.
Hello, everyone. Are we going to have the slides, please? Oh, almost there. Amazing. So this presentation is all about sparking a little bit imagination. What is possible with voice AI? But before we get started, just a short introduction about me. Hi there, my name is Chongor. I am a startup founder and operator. The companies that I have participated with, they raised over 30 million euros. And my background and specialty is in artificial intelligence. I'm also the founder of Bonsai Labs, and we like to say that our mission is to bring the magic of generative AI to businesses. And we have had Gen AI use cases across many different industries all over the world. Now, starting to state the obvious, that in today's world we are living in hyper-personalization. And we also like to think that this is actually driving business growth. We as consumers, be it that it's B2C consumers or it's B2B consumers, we have very high expectations from the companies that we are interacting with. And if we take stock about how we are doing today across all the different communication channels, we have to say that on a text basis, we do pretty well. We have customer support chatbots, we have email marketing or cold outreach email personalized at scale, thanks to artificial intelligence and LLMs. But the question is, what is happening with voice? What is happening with phone calls? How can businesses scale personalized phone conversations? Because phone conversations are critical for our businesses. For example, in some of the industries like e-commerce or public sectors or banking, between 60 to 80% of inbound customer requests are happening via the phone. And also, phone calling represents a massive revenue generation opportunity for some industries. We have pharma, we have automotive, we have food, heavily relying either on telesales to capture customers or on order processing to generate inbound revenue. But the reality is that we do terribly in this task. 9 out of 10 customers are absolutely frustrated and are not satisfied when they are on the phone with a business. And moreover, businesses that say that they rely on phone calling, they are actually missing between 40 to 60% of their incoming phone calls. Just imagine how much revenue is lost in there. So let's see what we have tried so far and how we try to fix this communication channel. Of course, everything started with switchboard operators. We had humans at the front their only task was to pick up every single phone call. Never miss a phone call, maybe even work 24/7, multiple shifts, and make sure that each phone call is directed to the right department. Then we started to evolve to IVRs with a keypad, so like press 1 to talk with the sales department, press 2 to talk with HR. And then we moved on to a bit smarter IVR, where you could finally give some natural language commands. You could say, I want to talk with the sales department, it will understand it and direct you in the right place. But the problem with all of these solutions that I have shown is that either some of them are just not scalable, like if you have a human team, there's just so much that you can scale, or others are just not intelligent. I mean, we cannot call IVR intelligent because we just tell it a command, but there is no conversation. There is not a lot of smartness in there. So the question is, how can we have a phone calling system that is scalable and that is also intelligent at the same time, that can have a conversation with your customers, as humans would have a normal conversation? And for that reason, I would like to introduce you to Mike, or Mihai, however you want to call him. Mike is an AI-powered phone caller that works for your business 24/7. It can either make calls, receive calls. It's the best at this job. And I'm pretty sure if you would say Angajatul Lunii or Employee of the Month, Mike could be on the podium most of those months. Because first of all, he never takes holidays and never takes days off. There is no such thing as a doua zi de Crăciun și vreau să stau acasă. He just works every single day. Also, Mike can scale unlimitedly, and it can speak in any language. It speaks over 30 languages at this point. And it's also intelligent. Finally, Mike is we could call it either a digital human or a software who can have a conversation. So finally, you can have a conversation with the software. It's not about instructions, it's not about clicking buttons, but actually having a smooth interaction. And finally, Mike is an employee who doesn't need any onboarding. It just integrates with all your systems, within a couple of seconds knows everything about your business, probably better than all your other employees. It's just all out of the box. Now, to just spark a couple ideas and imaginations of what is possible with Mike, I will share a couple use cases. One is B2B sales. So in B2B sales, especially if you have inbound requests coming in, people are filling out your form, there is a statistic that if you do not contact the new leads within 2 minutes, your conversion rate drops by 50%. So if you have Mike, who is ready immediately to call a new lead within 1 minute of completing that Facebook ad form or that Google ad form, you can double your conversion rate for inbound leads. Clinics. As we know, globally, we are facing massive shortage of nurses, of doctors. Clinics are under pressure. So there is a lot of burden that we can take away from both the front office, but also the back office. But this is especially the front office, where you have phone calling for appointment, for reminders, for checking in with your patients. All that can be automated with Mike. Automotive industry. Sounds pretty familiar that oftentimes you are just under the car, right? And you might get a customer who is reaching out to you because they want an appointment to change their tires. A lot of those calls will be missed probably because you also have to care about your customers who are in front of your door. So all that can be automated. Or car parts distribution as well. A lot of ordering in this industry still happening on the phone. Home services, another one which involves a lot of physical labor, a lot of being on the field. You don't always have time to pick up the phone, be it that it's cleaning services, janitorial services, but even extending towards gardening, roofing, whatever it is, you want to generate business 24/7. You want Mike to generate business for you 24/7 and capture every single appointment and call that is coming in. Restaurants. I know that it's surprising. It was surprising for me as well before I did my research that a large portion of still the reservations are happening through the phone worldwide. Even in the most technologically advanced countries, we would call them, like the US, a lot is happening on the phone. And your staff is spending 200 plus hours a month just being on the phone to follow up with leads, checking if they still come in for the table or taking appointments. Hospitality, another one where your customers kind of never sleep. They always have questions about the hotel, about issues in their rooms, and they always want to call someone. And at the moment, we have staff around there 24/7 picking up that phone. Another area that can be scaled. And also, you can offer personalized support for all your guests and all your customers because you can speak in any language. And without mentioning the obvious, contact centers, which of course face as well shortage of staff, very high turnover, they now can be finally scaled without extra headcount. You can keep your same team, but handle 2 times the volume of the calls because Mike can be the smart routing layer for your contact center. Now, without talking further, I think the best is just to test Mike. So I would invite every one of you. You can choose if you want to speak with Mike in English, or for Romania, we prepared today Denisa. You will speak. It's up to you who you want to speak with. Feel free to scan this QR code and have a chat. And I can also do one demonstration live. So I'm going to speak now with Denisa. let's see if my call comes through, or maybe you are already speaking with them. Okay, I think you are already on it because we have a 20 concurrent call limit at the moment, and we are working to increase this further. But thank you very much, and feel free to find me after this call. I'm always curious to hear about new voice AI use cases. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Wonderful. We are moving on now to our next panel, but here's the thing. I'm not sure whether they're here actually right now. Sergio, are you here? No, which is fine. What we're going to do right now, give us 2 minutes, and we'll start with our next session, another healthy, productive discussion, ready to jump into that right in a couple of minutes. So just bear with us, and we'll start, as I say, in 2 minutes' time. Right, we're back and all set for this next healthy discussion here on stage, really looking at the convergence between AI and Web 3. Let's get everybody on stage and get cracking with this healthy productive discussion right now. So let's welcome on board Radu Tonsu, Alex Diaconu, Sabin Dima, Antonio Enake, and our moderator who's been here quite a few times already, Sergiu Vasilescu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy to see you again. So if you think that AI is complex, now let's talk about infrastructure for AI. So I have the pleasure to have with me on the stage a few leaders of the industry. So we have together a representative of the well-being of a medical related app, a pure infrastructure company, and a company that is coming, I think, from the future, creating their own AI. So we are lawyers, nobody is perfect, as you know. We are trying to understand from them what exactly is AI. And either for us, as the leading law firm in the industry, it's quite complicated to understand the necessary infrastructure for running an AI. And my first question is for Radu. So Cluster Power is well known for delivering scalable AI infrastructure solutions. I visited your amazing factory, let's say. It's amazing what you have created in Romania. How do you envision the role of decentralized AI in reshaping the large-scale AI infrastructure?
Well, thank you very much for having me here for the second day as well. The topic is quite big because everybody is speaking about AI like a bucket of things, but basically we need to understand what makes AI, and there are three main things that have to be considered. The first one is the language model, the algorithm. The second one is the data set, and the third one is the infrastructure. All of them can be decentralized, each of them in different ways. If we are going to speak about the language model, obviously you train it, you build it, you train it, and then you go in inference. When you have to go in inference, you can use different data sets to retrain it, to fine-tune it. You can put it in a dedicated environment using RAGs, retrieval augmented generation, to create different environments where everything is safe and you know that the data do not leave your company. When it comes to data sets, obviously Alex will have a lot of saying because he federates data and creates marketplaces for such data. When it comes to infrastructure, which is my field of expertise, things are a bit complicated because there are two main things that are required right now to operate AI. You need power and you need cooling. Obviously, the GPUs that we are using right now do not comply with what everybody is looking for. To have a computing unit which needs only 20 watts to operate, like the brain that we have, or to have a model that can reason based on 2 million words instead of 30 billion tokens. So you need to have large capacities to be able to crunch large data sets, and that requires a lot of computing, which in itself requires a lot of power and cooling. And you can obtain that in a data center, which is certified for resilience, for availability, and you can provide that capacity at scale. So basically there will be two different points of view here. On one side, I'm going to talk about centralized infrastructure, because you need this had to happen in a data center where you can scale according to the large data sets, the large infrastructure that you require, in a safe, secure, resilient, reliable way. On the other side, we will be talking about decentralizing infrastructure when it comes to inference, when it comes to on-premise infrastructure that are being used by enterprises for their own purposes, or federating, if you want, infrastructure and in marketplaces where everybody is putting available capacities and use it for training, experiments, and so on and so forth. I will, there is a lot of things to discuss. If you want to get into details, we will have all the time after that.
And I have to mention that security is something very serious for Cluster Power. Being located in Craiova, they are the only point that is protected by an anti-shield rocket, yeah, by anti-rocket system, yeah, because it's next to you, it's the Veselu.
Well, yeah, we built in the vicinity of Craiova because over there we have all the critical infrastructure that comes along Romania and connects MENA Eastern Europe with Western Europe. And namely, we have there the gas supply, and we are connected straight to Transgaz. We have the power supply, we are connected to Transelectrica, and we also have all the fiber optics rings that connect us to Western Europe and beyond. And this together gives us the possibility to serve clients from all over the world. Most of our clients come from North Americas. Also we serve Western Europe and MENA and some customers in APAC. Basically in Romania we have an AI factory. It was named as such by one of the C members of NVIDIA. We do not invent AI. We have other people here to do it, and hopefully in the room as well. But we operate it and we provide the infrastructure needed.
Good. So Alex, you have been mentioned, so you have been chosen. Decentralized AI has the potential to democratize the access to advanced AI tools. So please tell us, how does AI GIA empower individuals and smaller organizations in this space?
Okay, so the discussion about decentralized AI is actually a discussion on 4 levels. Data and how we decentralize data, AI or AI agent and how we decentralize the AI, computation and how and whether we decentralize computation, and energy. This is, in my opinion, the 4 levels that the discussion should be carried around. But the real question is what kind of problem we want to solve. And I am in the aging population challenge, which is recognized this year by the World Economic Forum as the 2nd biggest challenge in the world after climate change. And when it comes to healthcare and to tackle this problem, the only way forward is through self-care. So each of you carrying out preventative care independently. And the only way to build that is to empower each of you with your own data and to build around you a set of agents, autonomous or not, we will see, to manage your health. And that goes into decentralized AI as the way to build it. In my opinion, when it comes to the layer of computation and energy, the best way is through a hybrid approach. So we will have decentralized infrastructures like edge computing or whatever, and we will also have centralized nodes for heavy computing necessities and for heavy models run through classical, let's say, computation environments. So this is my perspective.
Good. So having my birthday last week, I decided that this year my main goal is to fight with aging. So my next question is for Antonio. Sense for Fit, I know that integrates AI and Web3 to reshape the health and the fitness industry. How does AI enhance and empower personalized fitness experience for users in order to get benefit to them?
Thank you for the question. So first of all, when we started with all the idea, we had 2 challenges. The first was how we really can protect people, you know, to avoid that they will believe that we're going to sell their data. And at the beginning, when we did all onboarding, we started to mint an NFT when they really do the onboarding and they buy the membership and they really don't know. Because the issue, as you know, is if you put Web2 customers to download the MetaMask or X Portal or Maiar or whatever wallet, they will not download it, right? They will download your app, your product, but they will not use it because it's a third-party application. And we build our internal wallet and we generate NFTs when people are doing just, you know, the onboarding with an email. We put seed phrase, one in the cloud, one in our, on our cell phone, one in their phone. And we generate the NFT. They don't know this. Why we do this? Because later on we can, we're gonna send you, an email or request in the app. Maybe Sergio, you want to sell your health data to MedLife with $50, right? And also we can show you it's protected. Second, it was, my own, personal issue because I'm in the health industry for the last 18 years. And the issue is I don't believe the internet. If you guys tell me that, I'm gonna find a diet on ChatGPT, I will not believe it because ChatGPT will search on the internet, right? I'm saying good because I'm not a tech as you guys. So that was an issue, right? And we asked our dev team how we can, not search on the internet, how we can really fit the AI with our personal documentation. And they say, yes, you can put whatever you want there, all the PDFs and whatever, and you're gonna start to learn, but we're gonna have another issue. People will not believe it, that is, for real. And for each expert from our side, doctors and master trainers, we build an NFT. And imagine Antonio Penaki like a master trainer. I have my own NFTs, not for sale for sure. But when I'm gonna charge, my NFT with all the data on the servers on the cloud, you're gonna know that the professional documentation is made by me. So people will know when they ask the bot, how to lose weight or how to gain muscle with 5 kilos, and based on the data we are, because we are taking all the data from the trackers, the AI need to give the documentation that was fit by, the professional team. And that was the challenges. Also to have the decentralized data, also to, give for the people the real information that they're not, an average that found on the internet. And that was a challenge because we are in health, fitness, and longevity, and people have some expectation. And for sure, you don't want to heal yourself or treat yourself or gain or be in the best shape of your life based on what the AI search on the internet and all the things that they're searching there.
Okay. So I thought that, thank you very much. I thought that I have at home a very, very advanced AI. My wife, I asked her, how can I lose weight? And she answered, don't eat. So I think your app will give me more insights on how to do it in a more pleasant way. So going to the tech side, there are rumors about humans that they launched Humans 1. Can you please, Sabine, tell us more about what's going on inside?
Sure. Hello, thank you for having me. We learned a lot in the last 3 years, and we iterated a lot. And we can say that we have a voice. We presented to NASA, Berkeley, Oxford, COP28. So we were really trying to understand, like what you are saying, what's the purpose? And what's the reason? Because the entire industry, it's programming, is trying to create products, but what's the main idea? And what we understood is that we as humanity, we need help for sure. AI is here, but somehow it's broken as design. And as you know, it's super intelligent, but it's not actionable. So we are still users, we're not friends. It's not integrated in our lives. It's not integrated in our teams in a very seamless way. It's kept by design, meaning that if you want to make it more powerful, you need Radu for that. You need more GPU power. You need to raise more money. You need to hire more people. So it's designed to be kept, and it's untrustworthy. Like you were saying, do you trust the internet? And if you trust ChatGPT today, can you trust it tomorrow? So the model is immutable. Can somebody in a centralized way to change the idea and the way how it works? And we say, okay, so we are humans.ai, so we need to design a new AI human. So we need to design a new species from scratch. We don't need to design an AI or a new technology platform. Let's go back to the drawing board and imagine from scratch. We have this luxury to do it. and say, okay, let's create a species based on 4 principles. So it should be super intelligent, like it is today. It should be actionable. So we demonstrated live. We had Peter Diamandis invited in Bucharest, and the moderator asked me a question, and I said, okay, this is way too powerful, and I asked the AI to call everyone from the audience to ask that question. And it's integrated in our life. You feel it like a colleague, right? Like we have with our colleagues this idea that they can share your screen. We have that as well. It's uncapped by design. So if we design a new species, we would like that everyone can contribute and make it smarter. So on our blockchain, there are, I think, around 50 deployments right now, 50 skills, and every day people are trying to make this species even smarter. And immutable, for that, here's the problem that blockchain is not the right technology as it is today to decentralize artificial intelligence from a model perspective. So we can decentralize some data, or we can decentralize the economy. Everybody can contribute. But if you're speaking about the models, they're still deployed on a centralized server, meaning that everybody can change it and you cannot really trust on it. So we are working on a tensor technology. Maybe we can discuss after that about it.
Good. So even if I'm a user of ChatGPT or of any other AI, I still used to say hello, goodbye, and thank you to him. And a friend of mine asked me, why are you doing this? It's just an AI. It doesn't have feelings. And it was a little bit strange to ask someone something he's answering and to just say, I don't care about you.
Sergio, I have a joke with my teenager, with my son. If the AI will be transformed in a Terminator and you don't say thank you now, who knows what will happen, you know? So you better say thank you to the ChatGPT.
So better to be safe. I'm still continuing to say thank you to him. So when he will become a Terminator, he will remind us. Okay, good. So we need a lot of power to run AIs. So I would like to ask Radu, what are the challenges associated with scaling decentralized AI systems, and how does Cluster Power aim to address those challenges?
Well, first of all, when you decentralize, obviously you lack control as an organizer of the ecosystem. Yeah, Sabine mentioned that someone, we don't know who, is controlling that, can change the principles of the ecosystem, and he's right. But on the other side, we need to make sure that when decentralization happens, data travels in control. We know that the data that is served is the right one, and it is not corrupted, compromised, or I don't know, changed in order to misinform. And when it comes to data, yes, it has to take advantage of the Web3 technologies that can make sure that everything that goes from one place to another is safe, secure, and accurate. When it comes to infrastructure, there are two moments. When you train it, either you train a small model specialized on what you need to do, or if you go to foundational models, the big ones that need to crunch data, to crawl pools of data unstructured, to identify patterns and relationships between different sets of or different I don't know, criteria and attributes. When you have that, you have to have access to the data itself, to have the infrastructure to crunch it, and to be enough, general enough to then serve a lot of other purposes. And this takes a lot of time. You cannot decentralize everything. So between the two ends of the aisle, obviously it will be a hybrid model where on one side you train foundational models, then you are retraining it, fine-tuning it to serve certain purposes. There will be use cases like fitness where you do not need the foundational model to run. Maybe you can find one which is already trained, somebody spent money on it, you can take it as such and save money and investing in further developing that purpose. It will be a mixture between the two of them. And also, when it comes to inference, make sure that latency, it's a criterion. You cannot have answers from the data centers within half a second if you are running a Tesla and the AI has to avoid collision. Yeah, you will have edge computing as well, which observes real life, provides information, and takes decisions on the spot instantly. But that information that comes from my car will be served in a data center that will help the algorithm improve for all the other users. So it will be a hybrid between the two of them, enabled by the Web3 technologies that make this decentralization safe.
Good, thank you very much. So we have here AI, decentralization and security of data. And AGIA is exactly the junction in the junction between AI and decentralized ecosystems. And I would like to ask Alex, what unique advantages does decentralized bring to AI development, and how AGIA will leverage those advantages?
Actually, I want to go back to a more foundational aspect, and that is one of the major risks we are facing with AI is AI colonialism. And basically the discussion is about how we architect the new economy. Are we going to build very big foundational models, which even if there is no bad intention, we still have bias, we still have lack of transparency, and this combine into lack of trust. So I believe that trust can be solved only through an internet of AIs. And this is the vision that will solve trust. And trust is very important not only in healthcare, but in all other important verticals. And I believe that Sabine recently put something on the table that is very wise. And I would like him to talk about Tensor. And what is this important for? Because basically there are a handful of entities in the world that are working in the direction of building autonomous agents. And in order to achieve that, you need, let's say, approaches or technologies like the one mentioned earlier. A handful. And you'll ask, okay, but why do you need that? And imagine that instead of having an AI taking care of your health, you are employing an assistant, a human being assistant. Would you like that assistant to call you every second and tell you, boss, do you approve that? Do you agree for me to do this and do that? No, you don't. So the future will be with health AI augmented assistants, independent, working and taking decisions. They will send the samples to the lab for you. They will program you for the doctor visit, etc. If we are projecting what is going to happen in 5 or 10 years, it's not that far away. And in order, of course, we are going to do how we are going to regulate that, blah, 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 but we discussed that yesterday. Have in mind this, there is no other way to build trust without Internet of AIs. And how we are going to build autonomous Internet of AI, the Internet of autonomous AIs. We need certain technologies, like the one that Sabine mentioned earlier.
Good, thank you very much, Alex. So actually you touched my next question that was dedicated to Sabine. Humans, I would like him to help us to bring the future in the present and tell us how he sees the future of AI. I'm pretty sure that he asked this Ion, or by the way, please send him a huge hello from our side. How do you see the future of AI in Romania particularly, and regarding to the global ecosystem?
I know that Romania has a lot of potential, a lot of developers, we have business skills and so on, but in terms of artificial intelligence, I think there will be other players, like India, for example. We have a full focus in India, United States and other countries that are not so regulated, and that they understood that this will be the last technology built by the humanity. And probably it will be more powerful than the countries. And for managing countries, we have democracies, but for managing the greatest power ever created, we still have companies and centralized entities. So for sure the answer is decentralized. Going back, the future of artificial intelligence in Romania, I don't think we are on a right path. So we don't see very bold initiatives and courageous trying to create a world premiere, not considering the risks. So we are a little bit followers here, trying to adapt what's working. But I'm sure that we will experience artificial intelligence in a completely different way that we are experienced today. So now we are users and we are asking questions, but we are out of questions. So imagine ChatGPT, it's available for all of the Romanians in the last 2 years, 1.5. And you cannot say that we saw a breakthrough or something. It was somebody from Romania invented the next GPU or so. So it looks like in order for us to benefit from the use of artificial intelligence, we should change the roles. So the AI should prompt us, right? So we don't have any questions to ask. But I see a world when AI will manage us somehow, but in our intent. Imagine the difference between a secretary, like we are using the AI now, hey, make my coffee, and an assistant. An assistant is taking care of you, saying, okay, Sabine, you have 5 more minutes, and after that you need to go to the gym, you need to do this and that. So we'll see, I don't know when it's going to happen. This is what we're trying to do with Human One, to create an AI worker inside of the company, not a chatbot. A worker that wakes up in the morning, it has like 100 jobs, that is calling everybody from the company, it's calling the client, browsing the web, and so on. So it will, I think, we'll use AI, but without our intent and without knowing that we are.
And I also think that AI will no longer be part of a screen, because right now we are consuming AI as an agent in a computer. But with embodied AI, cars, drones, robots, I don't know, everything, kiosks, everything will be digital, and everything will be enabled to think and to serve the customer better than it happens right now.
Good, thank you. So as humans did last year, Sense for Fit did it last month, they put Romania again on the global map, organizing an amazing summit in Bucharest for health and fitness. And now I'm able to say, because I had access to their app, that they are going to have one of the most innovative app dedicated to the health and wellness industry. And I would like to ask Antonio how AI and Web3 will impact the health and fitness industry.
So I will give you the short answer, because we were in a hurry with the time. I think we're going to live longer. That's the main answer. I think I'm not agree with what Peter Diamanti said, that we're going to live forever. We will not live forever.
Just one thing, he said that make sure that you're not going to die in a stupid way in the next 5 years, and you will live forever. Because in the next 5 years we'll...
Yeah, but I think he's speaking in a hypothetic way, you know, in a with the promotion on the front. But the idea is how not just to have longevity, but also healthy longevity. Because if you want at 80, 90 to be on a chair and still live, you probably prefer to die at 70, right? But to be at 80, 90, 100 and still be on your legs and do push-ups, I think that's the goal. And unfortunately, my father had cancer and he treated himself. Also, the doctors helped him. And, you know, I will not just say, you know, where we were with the doctors. It was the most prestigious hospital in Romania, private hospital. And no one of the doctors was able to give me the information about his analyst. Like they were saying like 2-3 words about, you know, for each thing that was science fiction for me. And I put all the pictures on the ChatGPT, and the ChatGPT gave me 20 different pages about what my father need to eat, what he need to do, and so forth. For sure, I trusted like 80% because the information was from internet, and I didn't have like a medical improvement. But you know, unfortunately, the AI convinced me more than the doctors. So that's the way, you know, world will go, but need the humans, you know, mentality to put really, you know, the human perspective in the game. Thank you.
Good. Ladies and gentlemen, you have in front of your eyes leaders in their niche. And I encourage you to go and contact them directly after the panel or on LinkedIn if you have any additional questions, because the information that they have is extremely valuable. So thank you very much for this panel.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. Thank you so much. Thank you. Right, there we are, fast-paced moving this afternoon through these sessions. Again on to another subject. We kind of dibble-dabbled in it a little bit earlier on, but what we're going to do now, again, another healthy, productive discussion and debate into this topic a little bit more. So regulatory and legal landscape surrounding AI. Fortunately, we put together a great panel of distinguished guests, each having their own perspective and ideas and experience on this, which will naturally help us kind of make sense of this even better. Please welcome to the stage right now Anita, Luthra, Flavius, Jakubowicz, Christian Bacanu, Anna Maria Buta, and our moderator Luca Dejan.
Hello everyone, nice to see you again. So today we are here to address the elephant in the room, because we have seen a lot of cool projects developing. Right now AI is a social reality, so it's happening. It's going to help our lives, but we need to understand right now which are the limitations we have in means of development and how will the future look. So today we're going to address topics about regulation and the regulatory landscape, starting from Europe, and maybe also we have time to address regulation around the world. So starting from August this year, we have the EU AI Act, which came into force and which regulates this industry. So it was the first comprehensive regulation around the world enacted, so it settles the basic principles with respect to this area of field. So I would like to start with this, with the AI Act, and maybe Anna can help us with what is the impact of this regulation for companies in the EU in means of regulation of AI?
Well, with the adoption of the AI Act, a strong regulatory framework is being placed in the EU market, which has a significant impact of the business operations of the companies involved in the AI industry. Under the regulations, the companies must classify their AI systems under predefined risk levels, which will determine the scale of the compliance measures required. This approach will it's aiming to make sure that the high-risk software applications are subject to strong control in order to protect the users and the society in general. And the businesses must implement extensive risk management protocols that align with the standards imposed by the AI Act. And this implementation can include conducting risk management, risk assessments of the AI technologies in order to identify the potential risk and to mitigate them in a proactive manner. And it's very important that the AI systems are very transparent and they are accountable, which may require a clear documentation and explanation on how the AI decisions are made. And of course, businesses must invest in technology and in training in order to make sure that their employees are very aware of the implication of the regulation and that they are really prepared for adhering to its requirements. And of course, failure to comply to the legal requirements can conduct to penalties up to 7% of the company annual global turnover, which is not really cool. And at this point, I really think that the AI Act really wants to implement, to create an ethical and very responsible implementation of the AI technologies. And by adhering to its requirements, the businesses really can increase consumer trust.
If anyone else would like to jump in on this question, or I may ask an open one right now. An analysis was performed with respect to the regulation around the world with respect to AI, and there were found like there are 6 different approaches towards regulation in this area of field, and I would like to hear your opinion on it. What do you think should be the first in front? Should we preserve the innovation and have as less rules as possible, or the overall general protection should be the most important thing when designing this regulation?
Right. Thank you first for the question. Well, this is the philosophical question of the decade, because it's the question which determines the course of countries and societies for the future technological revolution. So do we have a risk approach or do we have a free approach for everybody? Well, from my perspective, the EU Act on Artificial Intelligence is the first one in the world that sets the clear regulation for the way companies should be working with AI. It also brings a lot of red tape, right? So a lot of obstacles in front of development. So from this point on arises the question, do we have a fair competition? A fair competition to companies, for example, who work in countries such as the States or even more in China? Or what if we find researchers and companies that work in countries such as North Korea? Can we impose our regulation on them? Can we set the same equal criteria for all the companies and for all the developers? This is a very interesting question, and I don't think anybody has the right answer for this, so I don't have the arrogance to say that this is the right way or the wrong way. Secondly, what I would say is that we are in the beginning of the artificial intelligence, so I think that time will tell. There's no, from my perspective, there's no other way to know. We'll see if the European companies or the companies that develop in Europe can face the companies that work in other countries. We'll see if we have the technical capabilities to enforce our regulation, because this is very important. We've seen this in the GDPR, in the data protection, that a lot of websites from across the world don't respect our GDPR. So what? Nothing happens, because we don't have the capacity to impose that kind of regulation to a website from the Pacific area, for example. So especially when you've got millions of websites that come and go every day. So we'll need to be very careful to what we do, and we need to adapt. And we'll need to adapt, especially when quantum AI comes.
Any other thoughts on it?
I'm going to make a disclaimer here. My opinions are my own. I'm not speaking on behalf of JP Morgan, so my opinions are mine. The thing that you have to look at with GDPR and innovation is that you have to have rules and regulations, because otherwise in a free enterprise, you're going to have people taking advantage of that and taking unfair advantage. The one thing that we do have with the EU AI Act that I think is very important is that for the first time it really puts human rights front and center. In business and in industry, what you've seen in the past is that people were able to get away with bias against women, lack of diversity. They were able to get away and cut corners, and there was no accountability. What we do with the EU AI Act is, number one, we create a forum of accountability, whether or not people follow it. Number one, there is a forum of accountability. Number two, AI does not become runaway at the expense of human rights, and I think those two are very important. Number three, even if a country decides not to follow the regulation, there's enough worldwide pressure and companies that are competing that are going to make the difference. And for companies that are working in more than one country, if they are indeed in the EU and in its vicinity, even if there are branches outside of the EU, they will have to comply.
Okay, thank you very much. So I would like to also, since we have also a fiscal expert and financial expert in here, I would like to also to address from a fiscal and tax perspective. So what do you think the AI, the impact of the AI will be, this regulatory of tax and fiscal?
So AI has had a major impact in tax and fiscal policy. First of all, we can discuss about the tax authorities' efficiency, because if the tax authority will use the AI, can analyze the big data very well, and in this moment they can prove and use the AI to find the better companies who they are not very complying with the tax payment. In this moment, the fiscal authority can use AI to search the companies and to analyze the profits and the tax payment in this area. Also, the AI can it can be used like from the taxpayer if they want to help to prepare the filing taxes every year. And in this moment, the AI can suggest you how to use the deductible expenses on your tax files. On the other hand, the AI can assist the legal and the tax authorities across all the countries to make a link between different systems of taxation and to put in according in this moment to prepare and to make more easier the exchange of the taxes.
Thank you. I have one question for you as a policymaker, but I'll start with a little introduction. When the first draft of the EU Act came, there were different opinions, even in countries from the EU, with respect to the approach we should have as European Union towards this regulation. And I'm interested, right now we have the final form, which is in force starting from this year. I would like to hear Romania's approach toward the implementation of the UI Act and maybe future developments in regulation, the local regulations with respect to this area of field.
To be very honest, I'm not aware that we have an approach so far. I mean, time is needed, and we still have some more time until 2025 and then 2026, because there are two steps for implementation. And again, this will be taken care of by the government together with the digital committee in the two houses of the parliament. So this is work in progress, and we don't have an approach so far. That's my point of view. But going back to what was discussed earlier, I do agree that having human rights in mind is very important. So nobody can say no to that. But the question is, can Europe be in the same line with the other countries? Should we have a political unity and this kind of approach? Should we work more together with other countries? Because if we don't, then there's an unfair competition, but not in the legal sense, of course, in a lato sense, not in a strict sense, but in a broader sense. And we need to take care of that as well. More and more companies in the EU are complaining about the red taping that we see here in various fields of action. I've had meetings, for example, with old companies from Germany stating that the red taping is killing them, so that they need to produce elsewhere. On the other side, I don't think that we are very much focused on what's happening with companies from outside of the EU. I'll just give an example. Some car companies, I won't mention them, but I'm sure everybody knows what I'm speaking about. Well, they are not any longer automotive companies. They are data collecting companies. And I'll just name a country from the European Union. It's Hungary, that has just started the processes of building new car manufacturing plants for cars which are not from the NATO area or from the free world space, as we call it. So we need to be very careful with that.
Okay, so we know that EU AI Act has a risk-based approach. So maybe we can, if Anna or someone else can tell us about which are the risks included in the EA Act for the persons who do not know, and how does the regulation approaches them?
The AI Act presents various risks that the companies must manage. Among the most important are bias and discrimination that can arise when the application software accidentally reflects social inequities due to poor data training or broken algorithms. And for assess this topic, the regulation imposes the companies to conducting high-risk assessments in order to ensure that they have an ethical deployment of the AI. We can talk about the lack of transparency in the AI decision-making process, and for that, the regulation imposes some transparency standards that the company must respect, and the company is required to make sure that the AI systems are subject to human supervision. And of course, we can talk about data privacy and cybersecurity risk, which are primary in AI landscape. And for that, the regulation imposes to businesses to have in mind that they have to really align their activity and their internal procedures with the current legal framework, respectively to GDPR, and to make sure that that everything is okay and they conduct regular security assessments in order to make sure that the users are very, very protected.
Thank you. I have right now an open question for everybody, since we are lawyers and we also have clients in the AI industry, and there's these constant questions by our clients. So we have this regulation, but since there are 6 different approaches around the world with respect to this regulation, how should I prepare for my future development? What should I take into consideration? So the question would be, what would be your advice, considering your own position for the business startups or other companies working in the AI industry, in view of preparing for any upcoming regulation? What should they do? How the approach should be towards maybe unknown regulation right now?
Are you asking me?
I'm asking everybody.
So one of the things that's very important with the AI is that AI is based on models. The models are built on data. So if you've got models that are built on data, then the full lineage of the data is very important. Without understanding the traceability of the data and the data that's used, and if we are indeed using foundation models, as I talked about in my earlier talk, the degree of accountability, for example, Gemini recently has involved themselves with a university, a large university in the US, and their university libraries, and it actually provides the sourcing when it answers a question. If we are using things like our Act to ensure that we have at least traceability of the data and that we have certain foundational standards of the data, we may not have the full answers, but we have enough to at least go forward.
Okay. Any other views on that? Maybe from a financial or fiscal perspective?
From the fiscal perspective, I think the AI can help the businesses in our days, also the accountants, because in this moment the accountants are using a lot of manually checks, and in their activity, accounting or audit, they are preparing more of files manually. But using the AI, they can combine all the software, and after that, a program using AI can show us where are the problems, or where are the not complete the filing. Also, a physical person who want to prepare their taxes can use a chatbot to ask what are the income taxes for him, and what are the expenses where he can use in their preparing of the taxes, and after that he can have more easier to prepare and submit the files to the fiscal authority.
Thank you. Right now, an open question for everybody. I think there's this principle in law which says that you don't discuss the law, but I want to hear your opinion on the approach of the European Union towards the regulation by comparison with other countries. For example, I won't take China or other countries which use the AI in the principles which are completely against the principles of the UI Act. Basically, what is forbidden in the European regulation is basically as a principle in the Chinese regulation. But I would like to hear your opinion. Do you think the way the European Union approach the regulation area is the correct way, or do you would suggest another approach towards it, considering this stage of development of the AI?
I'll go first if nobody else is. So let's face it, we're in the face of a great power rivalry. First of all, between the US and China, and we, the Europeans, would love to be there, but we're simply not. The great power rivalry means that the two countries, the US and China, are competing, and there is a wide area of case studies that can be made, starting with 5G, going to manufacturing of processors. By the way, just 3 companies invested almost $100 billion in Arizona, near Phoenix, last year. TSMC invested $60 billion, Intel invested 20, and NVIDIA invested 10. Where do we see that in Europe? Nowhere. We see that they are producing microchips in Ireland, and Poland just got an approval for a state aid of about 2 billion euros, which is nothing, it's peanuts. Then we've got the space race, we've got a quantum race, and Europe is nowhere in the quantum race. and the AI, of course. So if it's right or if it's wrong, only time will tell. But the thing is that, especially for startups, they need to pay from 1% up to 3% of their turnover to be sure that they are compliant with the new regulations. Can they afford this? Is this a barrier in front of development and research? Will they move to other countries, to other continents? I don't know. We'll just have to wait and see.
Sorry, that's an interesting question. Is this because, from a cost perspective, any regulation implies having very substantive legal opinions and lawyers, and of course you have to take care about a lot of things since the fines are so great. And there's an interesting question: if Europe is not so advanced in means of development of AI, but we are still the first country with the most comprehensive regulation in the world, is this a barrier towards innovation?
Well, I'll tell you this. If Europe is being a champion for something, then that's for regulation.
Yeah, that's true. Any other thoughts on that? Okay, so well, I think I'll get to my last question. I've seen, as I said, the 6 different approaches towards regulation. And there are development countries like Japan or the United States, which right now don't have comprehensive regulations like the EU, but they have guidelines because they want to still promote innovation.
But
and
there's no enforcement.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw the act which was adopted by the President of the US, I think it was December 2023, but we can see the only principles there.
Yes.
No enforcement. So it's nice, but that's it. It's just nice. Nice to have it.
Should this be the correct solution for the development countries?
Actually, I don't agree with that because I just did some work last year on NIS 1270. NIS 1270 is put out by the U.S. Department of Commerce, and we do indeed follow the federal regulations, the NIST, and the FedRAMP. So the fact that we're not following regulations is not true, number one. At least in the medical, the financial, those industries are heavily regulated in the States. I know there's a lot that the corporations pay deep attention to that. They do follow the regulations. We would be much further along in our delivery of ChatGPT, of other foundational models. And one of the reasons we have not developed as comprehensively as we have is not because the research is not occurring, but because we are being very, very cognizant of our ISO standards, our NIST standards, our FedRAMP standards. So while they may not fully align with the EU AI Act, the fact that NIST brought out 1270, which specifically deals with bias and is released by the US Department of Commerce, does mean that we do indeed have to follow something similar.
So you think the follow-up question on that, you think the US approach right now it's more efficient than the EU one? Because as you said, if it's still research performing, that means that the outcome would be slightly better, and also they'll have the outcomes from the application of the EU AI Act. Do you think that this is a better approach rather than the European one?
I don't know. The reason I say I don't know is because if you look at our central bodies, and I'm going to take the UN as an example, and all of the countries around the world following those standards, AI is a major disruptor in the technologies. There has to be a centralized body. The fact that that centralized body is coming out of Europe makes a lot of sense because very little work is being done in the States where those companies are not also in Europe. So the fact that Europe itself is bringing those forward means that Europe is providing that measure. And to say that Europe is not involved in the U.S. The U.S. research is not true, because for companies like our own company, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, HSBC, TD Bank, all of those companies also have research scientists and PhDs in Europe, in the UK, and they are actively contributing toward patents and toward research in the US. And what they do is they bring that conscience and that development into the US. So I do think it's a extreme value add to have that regulation coming out of the EU.
Excuse me for intervening. Your awareness of US regulation is obviously far better than mine. I was doing some reading today about the US President executive order from the last year, and from my understanding of that, there's not so much enforcement as there is in the AI Act.
That is correct.
That's what I meant. Now, going back to what you were saying, that we are not looking at China, we live in China's side. Why do we do that? I mean, we should especially look at China. Because if we make a comparison with the US, that's all right. They are friends, our partners, and our allies. And we work together, or should be working even more together. But when it comes to China, we need to be careful to make sure that our companies have the same capabilities to develop and research as the ones that do that in China. That's what I was trying to point out.
We need to foster innovation.
Well, we need to foster innovation, and we are lagging.
Okay, I think because the time is up, thank you very much for this interesting discussion, both technical and philosophical. I think everybody here from the stage is more than happy to debate any more questions if you have afterwards. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for our panelists and our moderator. Thank you so much. Quick photo, go for it quickly. And again, remember, so all our panelists here, as I've been saying throughout the day and yesterday as well, you're intrigued, you're curious, you'd like to know more, you'd like to challenge maybe some of what they've said as well, or you completely disagree with absolutely everything. Have a chat with them over a coffee. Actually, there's food outside served right now as well, and it might be, take those conversations forward and see how they move forward together. Right, let's move on now to our next session. So, gaining trust is an important part of business naturally, but naturally in IT as well. Maybe some would say quite difficult, others would say they know what they're talking about. What we're going to hear now is a gentleman who's going to kind of give us a philosophical view on, or perspective on exactly how to do that. Again, another intriguing session right now. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Jim Revis.
Thank you. My first time here in Bucharest, and the people could not be nicer, and I really appreciate that. We have a chapter, Cloud Security Alliance, here in Romania. I encourage you, if you're interested in the topics of how we're going to secure AI, how we're going to improve that, how we're going to improve cloud security, work with the chapter here. So what I wanted to ask the question is, in AI, do we trust? And maybe one thing, I've heard a lot of different people talk about this, and we're all very excited about it. I've heard different things that seem to be in conflict with each other, and maybe everybody's right now, but things are moving very quickly. But one thing I'm curious about for myself is, which topia are we going to? Is AI bringing on utopia? Are we going to have an AI delivered world of abundance? Are we going to get rid of the menial jobs, and we're going to allow humanity to pursue a much higher purpose in our lives and explore our hobbies and do everything else? Is it going to be that utopia? Is it going to be the dystopia? Are we going to be told what we can eat, where we can travel to, what we're allowed to do on many different levels until the AI systems get much more powerful and get tired of us? So it's something we really need to ponder. You know, the last session, talking about the EU AI Act came up quite a bit. So my understanding on why that was brought together so quickly was there was a lot of dissatisfaction in Europe with, look at maybe a conference like this 20 years ago on how they handled social media. And I think there was this feeling we didn't really understand what the future of social media was going to be. We're not going to make that mistake again, so we're going to try and handle AI in a different way. So remains to be seen if we understand it. It's really hard because although it seems like things are moving very quickly right now, the world is moving the slowest it's going to be for the rest of your life. That's just the reality of this. So I got an email this morning from one of the 3 frontier model companies that we work with at Cloud Security Alliance, and I think you know they're the largest LLMs that they think are going to be the closest to achieving AGI, artificial general intelligence, and talking about the work we're doing to create certifications of AI safety for cloud providers. He's wanting us to move much quicker. And what he said is, based on recent breakthroughs in System 2 thinking and computer tool use, I expect that there will be 2 or 3 AI models in late 2025, early 2026 that can perform most junior to mid-career digital knowledge workers roles, especially in technical fields where much of the field is in the training data extracted from the internet. So there's some reason to believe that this is going to be moving very, very quickly. So I think like the most common way I've heard in this conference, people characterizing AI is it's a tool. It's a very powerful tool, and we as humanity, we've had these different points where we've had very powerful tools that we've learned to adapt to, we've learned to use, and we've gotten greater productivity. And I think that's probably the most common way I've heard of it being characterized. But maybe there's other ways we need to be thinking about this. Should we be thinking about AI as part of human evolution, perhaps? You think of things like Neuralink and that being connected directly to people. You've even seen, I don't know if you saw a few days ago, this Ray-Ban glass experiment at Harvard, some students, and they were doing some amazing things with it being directly connected to all these systems that could automatically identify and give them on demand in real time a complete story of every person that they were looking at. It was just amazing. And so when you have that sort of connection between a human and this, is this really part of human evolution? Or maybe it's a different species. Maybe we need to think about that. This is a different species that has the ability and the potential for this greater intelligence. And so we're Homo sapiens, and that's from the genus Homo, and there were 20 or so different species in the genus Homo, and they're all extinct. So we need to think about these things. We need to think about them in a relatively structured way to see how do we move forward, because there's no bigger fan of AI, and I use it all the time. We use it all the time at Cloud Security Alliance, but we are doing this in a way that we want to make sure that the long-term future is as bright and we're going towards the right utopia as we do this. So when you think about why people are interested in getting into AI, I think you could put it into some different categories. There's altruism, and I've heard a lot of that here actually, of things like improving lifespan, the health of humans, health and happiness. There's a lot of that that's going into this. Certainly, there's a lot of entrepreneurs. There's a lot of interest in let's make money with AI. This is a new trend. Let's go see how we can leverage that, create new startups, disrupt industries. And altruism and making money from the startup perspective, a lot of times those are very well linked, and that's great. That's awesome. Also, there's malicious actors that are looking to make money, right now, and having better ways to do hacking, better ways to do phishing, better ways to do a lot of different things to separate people from their money and make it that way. And there's also power. Power is a very important part of why the different players, the different actors are seeking this. So I've been in cybersecurity for 32 years, and what's really changed, a lot of it's changed, but cybersecurity is really national security more and more, and you could argue that it's like the most important part of national security, or it's trending in that direction. So these are the things that I've been thinking about, and I think I encourage you all to sort of think about that, and that's part of our journey that we have at Cloud Security Alliance. So we're a global not-for-profit. We've been around since 2009. We have 140 chapters around the world, including one here in Romania, which is one of our very best. We create a lot of research. We give it away. And shame on you if you don't use it, because it's excellent research that can really help you in improving your organization, your business. We do a lot of training. We do also organizational certification for cloud security. And the reason that I'm here is that we are basically trying to do everything we have done in cloud, and we're trying to do it for AI, but instead of 15 years, we got to do this in 2 or 3 years. So it's pretty important. So we're calling this the AI Safety Initiative. We have people from all around the world that are participating in the working groups. Our executive committee has all of the frontier model companies, and there was this talk in the last one about there's US versus China, and we even have Alibaba in our executive committee, but all the frontier models, all the hyperscalers, a lot of interesting enterprise users of this that are helping lead this, and a lot of experts, a lot of startups, and we've also already created, although we've just gotten started, over a dozen research deliverables, which I encourage you to take a look at. So if there's one sort of takeaway, maybe sentence I could say on like what's really important and how we're doing this and how it's really important for you to think about this, is that getting to trust in AI, it's really a shared responsibility. It's not something we can throw on the frontier model companies. It's not something we can throw on big tech by itself. It's going to take all different stakeholders, individuals, citizens, the enterprises that are using this to change their businesses, to improve their businesses, entrepreneurs, software as a service companies that are all very quickly becoming AI as a service companies. It's everybody, and it's government, it's all of us together. But that shared responsibility, it only works if it's based on the transparency of all of the actors. We need transparency, and I'll talk through that a little bit so you can understand that a little bit more. But you can check it out, cloudsecurityalliance.ai. So, continuing on this philosophical sort of view, this is a quote, I'll read it in case some of you can't read it, from Andreessen Horowitz, pretty iconic venture capitalist. Just like the microchip brought the marginal cost of compute to zero, and the internet brought the marginal cost of distribution to zero, generative AI promises to bring the marginal cost of creation to zero. So creator, in most religions, that word creator is synonymous with God. And so when we talk about this ability to create, it's not, I've heard, when I think about AI, I think about automation. Yeah, it's a big part of it. But this is something that we really got to understand, like how far this could be going. And so even though this is just one branch of artificial intelligence, there's a lot of others. So when I think about that and like why we got involved, I like to tell people that cloud, which has been around a long time, AI, which has been around a long time, they got together and they had a baby and they called it ChatGPT. And that thing became so viral and used by so many around the world and gave the everyday person their own access to creating with AI. That's why we can't underplay how significant this trend is. So, thinking about the large language model, and one thing that's really important is we really got to think multimodal, but I think the LLMs are pretty dominant, but it's really important, the video, audio, everything, we got to think multimodal in what we do. But the large language models and these characteristics, they also point to a lot of the challenges. So what makes this magic happen is massive data sets, training on all this information, massive amounts of compute, these algorithms, which again, we don't really understand necessarily, those really create this magic. What's interesting about this is because, as you all know, it's this statistical model. It predicts transformation. It predicts what the next token is going to be in sequence. It's non-deterministic. We don't know what it's going to do, and if you're so used to traditional computing and you create the functional specifications, you expect an end result, and you measure towards your ability to achieve that. But this is not, and this is, even the people who create this, they don't know what it's going to do next. And that's what we call the emergent capabilities. We just don't know. And one of the frontier model companies, Anthropic, they've actually created their safety model based on biolab protocols and how you would shut one down if you were at risk of a virus like escaping labs. Not that viruses ever escape from labs. That's never happened in history. And these are largely cloud delivered, which I think gives Cloud Security Alliance and people who think a lot about cloud a good leverage point for figuring out how we're going to move forward with building all the trust we need to do here. So there's a little bit of, this is an eye chart you don't need to see, but the point of this is we created in 2009 this layered model when we were thinking about how is cloud going to develop, and software as a service is on top of platform as a service, which is on top of infrastructure as a service, which infrastructure as a service, it's those three big hyperscalers you could think of: Google, AWS, and Microsoft. And when we came up with that idea, Google's cloud and Microsoft Azure, they didn't exist yet. And most SaaS companies, they actually owned all the layers. They had their own data centers. They owned it to the physical layers. But we were correct in how we thought of it, and that's actually how the world evolved. And if you're familiar in your part of the world, in your business, how that journey went, I'm not a fan of saying history repeats itself. I'm more of a fan of saying it has echoes that are very familiar. And that's what you are seeing with the AI emergence that's very similar to cloud, in that organizations are going to look at, do I use these big public frontier models? Do I create some of my own? Do I use specialized ones for special industries? So it's the same as the public cloud, private cloud sorts of debates that we had. So I think that's one side of it. Then you have this API layer, which is very much like platform as a service. And then, as I've said, software as a service. So if you're a large company, I've talked to large companies that they have maybe 10,000 SaaS providers that provide the IT services to those companies. You have, if not already, you're very close to having 10,000 generative AI partners that are manipulating, working with your data. So if if you think about that, like a lot of the same challenges and even how it becomes viral inside of your organization, how it happened in cloud. One person, credit card, they went to a cloud provider, they created an application as a prototype, and pretty soon it became production. And so it wasn't a top-down decision, it was usually bottom-up in organizations. And so that's what we're seeing now. We're seeing innovators, even where there's corporate policies saying, hey, you can only use it for certain activities and we're monitoring it, and we're going to really limit how much generative AI you can use, and you can't use proprietary corporate data, that you're still seeing this happen. And that's how you're going to see a lot of the disruptive applications changing businesses is one person got an idea, they go out there, they use the OpenAI API, or they use like the Microsoft Azure AI Studio that was presented earlier, and they're just going to go do it, and it's going to go viral inside of the company. So just remember that. Remember how that flows. So what about cybersecurity? How are we grappling with this? So I call it the co-pilotization of cybersecurity, and the reality is that we will lose the cybersecurity war if cybersecurity companies don't very aggressively adopt AI. And there was a CISO that presented earlier. He only had a short presentation. I think he had a lot of really good slides he didn't get to. But threat hunting, finding vulnerabilities in code. There's leveraging like the experience of your top security analysts and allowing that to sort of scale across your entire enterprise. There's so much there that it needs to happen, and people aren't going to be writing compliance reports anymore. And in terms of the compliance, I was talking about different compliance regulations that may come up around AI. What's going to happen is generative AI is going to take all the different regulations in the world, it's going to normalize it down to a common set of controls, and we're going to implement those controls, and it's going to be way easier to comply with a lot of different things. And we're going to have generative AI that is actually going to look at the data inside of a company, and it's going to actually do some auditing of the company. And if you ask me how I know this is going to happen, it's because we've been doing research and we've been doing prototypes of all of those sorts of things. So we're getting to that area. But cybersecurity, it's AI versus AI. The bad guys, they're always early adopters of new technology. They're doing a great job with AI and creating the next generation of attacks. Nation states are doing that, and the cybersecurity industry is fighting back, and it needs to fight back. It needs to even be more aggressive in what it does. So, a couple more slides. So, this one, I did a survey of some of our enterprise corporate members on their priorities, and everything was important, but I made them like forced to choose. And right now, they don't care as much about bias and ethical issues. And not because they don't care, but they don't understand on what they can do there, and they need to. That's an educational thing. Top thing is data governance, protecting their corporate information and protecting their customers' information. There's huge liabilities with that right now that they understand that. So that's front of mind for them. So a few different things. If you haven't heard of the term zero trust, and this might be funny that I'm saying, in order to gain trust in AI, you've got to go zero trust. Zero trust is a philosophy that says anything can be breached, anything can be exposed, and so you cannot trust anything as a philosophical principle. And then you create systems where you can have confidence and you build them back, and then you can trust systems. So zero trust is something there's a lot of work. We've published a lot of work about this. We have an advancement center for this. But zero trust is how you take a look at your data and say, how do I protect it from when I put it into LLMs? Because you have security systems around legacy information. However, you take off all of those security protections when you extract it to put it in an LLM. You need to understand that, or you put it in a new vector database. So zero trust is the philosophy to look at what's the best way to encrypt information, what's the best way to isolate it from other tenants in the cloud, what's the best way to make sure that I've got all the authentication in place. So risk management, everybody said risk management's important, and even risk-based is the nature of the EU AI Act. So you have to change things a little bit, because it's not as though risk management strategies have not been built with an understanding of a non-deterministic future, but in technology it has been skewed more towards the deterministic traditional IT. And so we've done some research on this. NIST really has sort of the gold standard, but we've created something that integrates with that to look at how you do model risk management, and looks at taking model cards and understanding how your data transformation works, and doing scenario risk planning, and to come up with the best ways to eliminate a lot of these issues like bias and hallucination and loss of data, other things like that. So risk management's key. But also just overall understanding the organization. And so we've also done some research to say, what are the roles you need in the company? What are the responsibilities that they need? How do you take a full sort of life cycle approach to this? This is the most heavily downloaded research artifact so far that we've created, because it gives you a good roadmap. Doesn't matter the size of the company, because you're not necessarily going to have people that are going to be dedicated to this, but you just got to understand those different roles. So we're here to help. We're creating something called STAR for AI, which is a certification that is going to be taking the EU AI Act, our existing cloud controls framework, map it also to the ISO 42001 and that NIST risk management framework, and we'll be going out with it next year. I had an interesting conversation with one of our corporate members who was being briefed by the policymakers that had drafted the EU AI Act, and what about the U.S., like where all these companies are? Shouldn't they have more regulations, which I was talking about in the last session? And what they relayed to me is we want to regulate the U.S. We want the U.S. to not be hamstrung in its competition with China. And so that's kind of what they came up with. But go check it out. And again, this is all of our responsibility. So let's think about that. Getting to trust is that shared responsibility, and it's got to be based on transparency among all of us. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, hands together for Jim Revis. Thank you so much. Wonderful. There we are. Right, ladies and gentlemen, guess what? We are about to have right now a short and sweet, I don't know if it will be sweet, it'll be short, hopefully it'll be sweet, 30 minutes, a 30-minute break, and then at 4:30 back here, we'll have there'll be panelists behind me sitting on these chairs with the moderator as well, discussing essentially a kind of wrap-up closing of what we've been hearing over these last 2 days together. So again, half an hour's time, join us back in here for the very last session of AI Expo 2024. literally looking at exploring, unpacking really the road ahead in terms of AI innovation. Again, quite a broad phrase to put as a title, but hopefully, and I'm pretty sure this, in this discussion debate as it unfolds, we'll kind of be more specific and again help us make sense of really what's happening. So please, hands together for our panelists and our moderator as well. So please welcome Anita Luthra, Michal Menmazan, Farah Didan, Jean-François Vinet, and Alex, who was with us earlier on, and our moderator, Adrian Postelka.
Hello, how everybody is feeling? It's a closing panel, so if you want to come on closer, we have a whiskey. I'm joking. We have whiskey, but I think this discussion is going to be very interesting because we're going to have the closing thoughts for this discussion.
It's just water.
Yeah. How you guys are feeling? What is the feeling from 2 days of event? Awesome, yeah. Let's have a closing thoughts. How do you feel, how do you think is the state of AI right now, right here? At this moment, who wants to tackle?
Yeah, I can share some thoughts. We had our colleague from Google starting his speech saying, I am a lawyer, lower your expectations. I saw some really cool innovations in law as well. This was the part that I was really impressed of. And yeah, I guess the conclusion on my side is that every single company is now a tech company, and every single tech company is an AI company. So there is no way back. I guess we are here today, and everything that happened during these 2 days is sending a clear message, the fact that AI is here to stay. And every single company has to implement a proper AI strategy in order to scale, and not only in order to scale, but in order to survive. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on the topic.
Okay. Following.
Right. So I'm going to start with the fundamental joke about AI. Everybody find and replace blockchain in your copywriting and replace it with AI, which was what happened like 2 years ago. But seriously now, I mean, the internet was a wonder 30 years ago, and some people believed in it, some people didn't. The internet became something that we don't even think about anymore. We just take it for granted. Now, obviously, blockchain is still somewhat controversial, and I think that Miss Pistola, if she's here, she's going to contradict me and a few other crypto nerds. But AI is not controversial anymore. I think that AI is not just here to stay. I think that AI will become just as banal, if that's a word in English, but anyway, just as common and just as, common use than the internet is, than the way we feel about the internet today. I would emphasize that I fundamentally believe that it's still in its infant stages. We have no idea how our little baby is going to grow. How are we going to educate it, how it's going to be in its teenage years, if it's going to have a rebellious phase. And I fundamentally believe that we have no idea how this is going to look at maturity. Personally, I would venture to guess that, again, it's going to become like a standard, and everybody will adopt it, whether they know it or not. It's not whether they want it or not. I think it's already happening that most companies use AI without even knowing it. Like a lot of it, with Copilot, with a lot of these things that we don't even know we're using, or the technologies, like when you're on Azure or you're on AWS or you're on Atlassian or whatever you're using in your company, it has like a fundamental AI component already in it. So AI is not something that we're going to want to use. It's going to be something that we're using without even knowing, and we're going to be used to it and we're going to love it.
It's like going to be like a smartphone. Everybody hates it, but has one or two in the pocket.
I really enjoyed the event. What I really liked about it was the diversity of companies here. We had companies from all over the world. It brought in a unique perspective. The other thing that I thought was really good, which is actually one of the reasons I'm here, is the EU AI Act, the GDPR. The only way to really get your arms around what is happening on a global scale and what the concerns are with regulation is to actually be in the country. You cannot, sitting in the States, really get a good understanding of what that is. And so being in an environment like this that was global, where we had major companies represented, I thought that was excellent. As well as the Romanian flavor, watching a whole nation starting to grow up in that AI innovation and adopt that AI innovation. I think it's a very exciting time.
Thank you. Moving forward.
So my experience has just been amazing, right? At the AI Expo, I'm seeing the, like you said, it's the diversity of people that are here. There's lots of entrepreneurial mindset folks that are here that are thinking about artificial intelligence and also industry experts, right? So in terms of AI, there's no doubt that it's here to stay. I do think that we are fundamentally in that shift where AI is rapidly going to evolve to become an assistant to our human day-to-day, things that you do. So I do think that one of the things that needs to also rapidly evolve with AI is the mindset shift amongst people. We need to be thinking and leading with AI, and that's super critical, right? It's no longer, can we do without AI? AI is here to stay. It's really how are you going to start to embrace AI and make changes, whether it's in your daily life, whether it happens to be with the businesses you run, or if it's the industry you work with, right? Because it's coming, and there's a lot of excitement. I think somebody used the word super cycle earlier, which I think is we're sort of in the midst of that. Like 2 years from now, I think AI is going to look very different.
So that's the next question. But keep how different it's going to look, and for the next question.
Yep.
Thank you very much. I mean, I'll piggyback on what's been discussed so far and just say that we got to hear about a tremendous amount of creativity and innovation in these sessions over the last 2 days, which has been fantastic to be a part of. And I think one of the questions that I was asked the most, especially outside of the stage and just having casual conversations, has been, well, where do I start, right? And so for us to be thinking of those foundational blocks and how we can incorporate this into our everyday lives is, I think, going to be crucial moving forward.
Okay. Going from that direction to here, so to not piggybacking on other things. Now I have a very interesting question that bothers me because I'm a futurist and I'm looking at strategies and forecasting. What do you believe is going to be good for humankind, not for the business side? An open source AI or a black closed source AI governed by some rules? So it's open source versus the closed source AI.
Yeah, great question. I think if I think of the very near future and some of what advancement we'll be able to see and think about, we're replacing some of the mundane, the transactional stuff, right? And everything that might be repetitive in our day-to-day that will allow us room for creativity, will allow us room for innovation. And so, to your point, to answer your question, I would say the piece with the governance will allow us to tackle that at first, to then have that room to be able to grow moving forward.
So open or closed?
Closed.
Closed AI. Lady?
I think it's going to be a healthy mix of both. We do need open source platforms for innovation. I don't think that's going to go away. But we also have a lot of industry-specific use case scenarios, healthcare, insurance, legal. And so for those type of scenarios, you do need platforms that are, proprietary and closed and guarded. So that's the other aspect that I was going to say is in a year or two, I do see models like large language models as well as small language models that are very specific to industry. I think legal is going to be one where you have to protect your algorithms and the data. So I think that's going to be something that's going to quickly evolve. And there's a lot of work being done in the healthcare as well as the insurance space. So
thank you.
I'm actually in between on this. I really believe, so when you look at AI is based on models. Those models are built on data. The thing that makes our generative AI so different than what we've done in the past is that in the past we've had our AI and we've known what our data sources are. We were able to control it. This time, we don't know what our data sources are. We're not able to control our data in the same way. So I do believe there's a need for transparency. I believe there's a need for full data lineage on the life cycle of a model. And Google is a good example of this. They've actually integrated one of the recent upgrades, they integrated an entire university library source, a well-known university library source. And when they are providing answers on the model, you're able to get source information. And I saw this early on in Bard. I didn't see this on ChatGPT as much as I did on Bard and now Gemini. And I think it's valuable to have the transparency of the data. So I do believe we do need to have that.
So closed with transparency.
There may be situations where it's closed, but there does need to be transparency. If we're dealing with human data, PII data, then every person needs to know that what's happening with their data. So do I want to say it's closed? It may be closed as far as the results, but how a person's data is being used should be open. And I do, and I believe a person should own their data.
For sure, for sure. Mister?
So to kind of follow up on what you just mentioned with the models used for AI, I think it would be awesome if in the future we would have GitHub commits and GitHub repositories with pre-trained models that we can integrate into our own AI engines, right? So if we're going to have open source AI stuff that we can build ourselves, and we can actually take pre-trained models to save a lot of time into integrating them into our own AI engine. I think that would be awesome to have community sourced pre-trained models. I remember that back when Siri was launched, which was a revolution, you can agree with me that interacting via voice at such level was revolutionary. I was so frustrated that I couldn't program Siri. I mean, it had a limited set of things that you could do with it. And me as a nerd, I wanted it to do more. I wanted to have the capability to, Apple to open API of sorts, where I can say, okay, I want to train you that this is this. I want to train you that this is this, and I'm going to do it a sufficient amount of time until you learn, with a sufficient degree of credibility. And it was so annoying that I couldn't do that, because I had like so many things that besides home stuff, I could teach it Romanian if I wanted to. And then in my mind, I then would open source and publish my training so others can benefit from that. At the same time, as a security responsible in my organization, I have to do due diligence with my supply chain, right? So with that in mind, I think that for enterprise, it's going to be proprietary.
But for humankind?
But there's going to be open source for personal use, right? Or for startups that just want to build a POC, want to build an MVP, and they don't need to pay a lot of money just to be able to show that their stuff works. And they're very heavily open source based when they're initially starting up, right? And that's perfect. But for enterprise, obviously I have to kind of delegate some responsibility. I cannot analyze and audit everything myself, so I have to delegate the responsibility to Microsoft. I have to delegate responsibility to AWS and to Amazon and so on and so forth. So yeah, I believe that definitely it's going to be proprietary for enterprise. We are literally not allowed to do it otherwise. But there's going to be open source for small startups and nerds like myself that want to tinker with it and play and make it their own. And maybe why not transform it into another startup that sells it?
Mr.?
Yeah, thank you. As I view it, I agree with everyone here, but I see it a bit different. Because there are three main pillars here. We have data, models, and hardware infrastructure. I saw our colleague from NVIDIA is no longer here, but he was the specialist for this topic. You can regulate models. I studied some piece of AI legislation where you manage to tailor your workloads, to split parameters, to have all kind of limitations regarding the software part. I do believe in open source software, but the main limitations in terms of a global perspective around AI, we have data, which is mostly unstructured, unlabeled, not well defined, and we have hardware infrastructure. Is the main limitation in an AI process for a big company or for a startup is compute power. And compute power is highly correlated with access to capital. So the question is a good question, but it does not have a simple answer as I see it. In terms of software, I go for an open source solution. But the whole AI ecosystem involves multiple moving pieces, so to say. And I guess legislation is not enough. We have to stick to human morale. So yeah, that's how I view it.
The question comes because when Meta launched the Llama, it was open source and everybody was happy. We have an open source AI and we're going to do whatever we want with them. But some guys over the internet, they ask Llama to give them a manual how to overthrow a country. So in this situation, sometimes an open artificial intelligence on the wrong hands can be more harmful than an AI enclosed with rails, with safeguards, because we believe here are all good human beings and doing good things. But on a broader vision, we need to tackle also the big questions that we believe make us human sometimes. There are humans who want to do bad things because they're coming from different backgrounds or different behaviors. Another round, but this one I had to be very short. How do you use AI in your daily life? How? What tools? 2 tools that you use AI in a daily life. Because all of you are part of a bigger company, they have lots of tools, but in your daily life, rather than work, one from a daily life, do you have like a usage of AI?
Yeah, I guess I use AI every single moment because I usually wear a smartwatch and that's constantly pushing data upstream to their system. So smartwatch, also AI enhanced photos, videos. I guess there is no escape. So yeah, I'm a heavy user.
With your permission, I want to address something that you just said earlier. You will not be able to regulate not just AI, but the creativity of people that want to publish stuff, right? That will not be in any way narrowed, restricted. Proprietary software and companies that have liability, you can regulate those, definitely. But people just want to publish stuff, even though it may be damaging, right? It can create chaos and havoc. That's something that you will not be able to regulate, and the sooner we make our peace with that, the better. People will publish stuff. Who's going to stop them? So I definitely use ChatGPT. I used ChatGPT because I wanted to not spend too much time to do my presentation today. I'm sorry. And also, you know, I wanted to see how well it does. I would give it a 6 out of 10. So I use ChatGPT to chat in natural language, and I find it amazing at that particular part. And for work, I use Copilot. So, and I think I might use a number of other things without even knowing. I use actually Notion, the suggestions and the things that Notion gives us when we want to write articles. I can ask Notion to write an entire documentation piece for me.
So this is an interesting question. We think of AI as generative AI, but as I said in my talk, AI actually started in the 50s and the 60s. Anyone in this room that uses Siri or Alexa, can you raise your hands? Everyone that's using it is using AI.
Okay, thank you.
So back to your question, how do I use AI in everyday life? And Anita, to your point, we've been using AI for generations. I've been in the industry, and it's just gone mainstream with ChatGPT, right? So I do use ChatGPT, I would say almost every other day. I did this the other day, and I was really impressed with ChatGPT. I had a few ingredients sitting in my refrigerator, and I was hungry, and I was like, I put in the ingredients and I asked ChatGPT to give me a recipe, and it did a really good job giving me a recipe. So just a good example of it, but yeah.
So my next meal is on ChatGPT, okay? My next meal is on ChatGPT right now.
I would recommend it.
Okay, I'm gonna try it.
I think that's fantastic. To your point from earlier, right? Fostering trust, I think, is important, whether that's for our everyday lives or at work, whatever the case may be. And so, to answer your question, one of the tools I use, so Perplexity, is one of those that really puts a high emphasis on that trust piece with the sourcing and so on, which now ChatGPT is catching up to. But whether that's for enhancing a discovery or just doing research purposes and doing that much faster than I typically would, that would be an application of it. Or if that's to get the creative juices flowing for my next travel destination and building a 2-day itinerary, right? The tool will be able to at least give me a foundational block for that.
Perfect. Now is today. But close your eyes, everybody, close your eyes and imagine the future in 5 years. We are gonna be sitting here talking again about AI. What changed? How is the AI evolved in 5 years? I'm not gonna say 5 months because it's close and a lot of change in 5 months, but in 5 years. How we are gonna have this discussion? We are still gonna have this discussion, or how is the world around us in 5 years? Let's start with the ladies. Ladies first.
To help with my answer, I asked myself, what did the world look like 5 years ago? And the answer was it was drastically different. So the answer is, I don't think it's gonna look like anything like it's today. AI is at its infancy, and it's maturing at a faster pace than we can imagine. So just like our smartphones and the way we use smartphones today, and a lot of the mundane repetitive tasks are handed over to the smartphone, I think there's going to be a lot more that we're going to start using AI for. So how are we going to show up, given that now we have more time on our hands? I honestly believe that AI is a tool that's going to help raise human consciousness. So the more time we have for ourselves, the more time we have for human connections, I do think that we're going to, really start thinking about moving humanity forward. So that's going to be very exciting. I would love to look into the future to see what that's like, but I think it's going to be a great place.
Thank you. Lady.
Okay, so I'm going to take you on a bit of a journey.
Perfect. Buckle up.
Think about travel. How many of you remember using maps and now you would never consider using a map? At the time, could you have imagined that you would get in your car and you would use a Google map, or you would use a Waze, or you would use something else? Think about our phones. How many thought that your phone would be so valuable that you carry your phone in your hand all the time? So you have one hand that is always occupied because you've got a phone in that hand. And that phone, the AI and the electronics on that phone took us to the moon. It was less, what they went to the moon on was less than what we have in our hands. So think about, right now, how many times do you make a hospital visit and you've already got telemedicine? Your prescriptions, when you cough, being able to cough and listen to the sound of the cough and know that's pneumonia, that's an allergy, that's TB, whatever, just by listening to the sound of your phone, or listening to the sound of a cough. When you drive a car, right now we drive cars. There's always been this thing of Jetsons and flying cars, etc. That may become reality. So when you think about where you're going, how many of you sleep and you've got Alexa right by your bed, so you wake up to it telling you the weather. Like when I was getting ready to go to, when I was getting ready to come here, I needed to know what the weather was, what I should pack. So we use it every day. I don't know where it'll take us, but when you think of the journey, think of where you've been and where we're going.
Thank you so much. Now I have how to choose. Let's go with from the less hair to the much hair. Sorry for that, but I try to find a way of how computer we're gonna solve this situation. So less to more.
I'm used to it. So this may be wishful thinking, but fundamentally we are can agree that AI accelerates things, right? I would want it to accelerate research. So there's like, even though we feel like so evolved right now, obviously we are just in a stage in history, and there's like so much more that still needs to be discovered, especially in healthcare, right? With my limited knowledge and what I've read and what podcasts I've watched, I know that we still need to make great strides in neuroscience. I would so much want to see AI help accelerate that, because neuroscience has made some significant discoveries lately that fundamentally changed the way we see the brain. And I'm going to give an example, what I've learned just a few months ago. Supposedly we have various areas of the brain that are responsible for various tasks. Well, neuroscience recently discovered that that's not necessarily the case. And it was just now, this just in, and it changed everything. People are like, it was like Galileo Galilei time when they wanted to crucify the person that discovered this, because it literally sent all the people that knew otherwise, which was all the people, okay, we knew something that wasn't so. So neuroscience, self-driving subs so we can properly explore the ocean floor, and so on and so forth. But I think that AI would go into just for the passionate about AI type of thing. It's very hyped now, right? And people talk about it. But I feel that in 5 years from now, it's going to be just like, Microsoft conference, WWDC, Blizzard conference, whatever conference, AI conference, but it's going to be just for those people that are passionate about it. And it's not going to make the news as much as it does right now.
Thank you so much. Sir, you have less hair than my friend.
I guess that's fair. Yes, that is fair. I'll answer your question by saying, in my mind at least, the whole concept of augmented reality will be completely redefined by AI, right? And so if you look at that time span, our everyday lives obviously being enhanced to such a point where we live with it on a constant basis, and it gives room obviously for everything else that we would obviously want to be doing on a day-to-day basis. So that's, I guess, how I would answer the question.
Thank you so much, sir, with the hairy.
Thank you. I really like the way Farah says it. I hope it will rise human consciousness. I do believe that we have to make a choice in terms of how we approach AI. It already impacts every single industry, that's for sure. Now it might be chunkier, it will get fine-tuned in every single area of our life. But in terms of the impact to human behavior, that's my hope as well. That we will get to be more creative, we will have more time to be humans and to let the machines do the mundane tasks. I saw a Google presentation last year, actually. It was a Google talk. They have some really nice events there in the US, where they praise creativity as the #1 skill for this century. So this is only going to happen if we let AI do the base of the pyramid and we focus on the top of it. So yeah, I'm an optimistic one as well. Thank you.
Okay, last question, because everybody will kill me, but I need to tackle this one because we talk right now, we talk in front of grown-ups, and we are people, we builders, programmers, but from you here, coming from big companies, how do you explain, or what are you gonna say to a teenager that's choosing the path in his life right now, looking to the future? What should he or she choose to grow, to learn, to navigate the future world? Fast, people are gonna go home, but I think it's a very important question because some of you have kids, some of you may want to have kids, and you don't know where the future will lead them. What do you think they should do in the future? Who want to tackle? Okay, I'm going to choose you.
Happy to jump in. So I think to some of the earlier points that we've made in terms of where we're going, right? Ensuring that we focus first and foremost on that creativity piece and what that next generation is most passionate about is going to be absolutely key, right? If you think of AI specifically, it's going to be in absolutely everything. There's going to be industry disruption all over the place, right?
So we learn them to be creative.
That's my answer.
Next, ladies.
I truly believe that the next generation, especially the teenage generation that's going to be, our youth here pretty soon, what is really required from them is critical thinking. That's going to be sort of the baseline. So kids that are in environments that allow for them to be thinking critically, asking the right questions, being curious, I think they're going to do really well in this AI age. The second aspect of it is the advice that I would give to teenagers is you don't you don't really need to know a textbook end to end. It doesn't really matter anymore. It is really about how you frame your questions. What kind of questions are you asking your AI assistants to be able to get the right responses? Again, that goes back to, you know, creativity for sure, but also critical thinking, like just staying curious and asking the right questions.
Thank you so much, lady.
So when you look at the teenagers today, the thing that I agree with Farah here, but one of the things that concerns me is if you go to a cash register and you've got a teenager at it, a lot of times they can't make change. They can't tell you 83 cents and you've got 17 cents left. And they have to get on a calculator to tell you that. That's concerning. The fact that they cannot function without a machine, I think, is concerning. So when I think of critical thinking, there are two ways to critical think. One is with a crutch or a dependency in your hand. One is innovation, where you are really thinking. So I almost think there's a need, and this actually happened during COVID. COVID was a reset for us, because for the first time in a long time, people were cooking food at home. They were actually cooking. They were walking their dogs. They were doing more than just being on their phones. They were communicating with their families. They were doing things they had not done in a very long time, and machines were not first and foremost. And I think for the kids to really grow in the future, they need to remember that lesson that COVID taught us as part of that setback, and they need to grow with that.
Okay, short, because people have to answer short.
Okay, I obviously want my daughter to be a hacker, but she's probably just going to be a doctor. I mean, I think that what I can do is make sure that she has everything that she needs available, and I have as many answers as possible and as good as possible for her when she needs stuff. You need to understand their motivation, because if you, in my opinion, and I want to emphasize, I don't want to teach parenting to anybody, right? It's just the way I think about stuff. If I give her too much information and give her too many possible ways and too many paths that she can take and too many resources that she can use, it's not that she gets confused, but she stops caring, and that's an observable fact. So I think that curiosity is an important factor, need is another important factor, and failure is definitely another important factor. And I think that it's important that, at least in my case, she benefits, in quotes, benefits, and has access to all three of them.
Thank you. Fast, because someone there have a gun and want to kill me, so you have to be
just to be on time, because we need to go on to the awards.
He was supporting me during my presentations as well with some nice motivational signs. So yeah, it's a really cool question. Advice for teenagers. As I view it, the baseline of exposure to technology nowadays is quite high. So let's keep it short. I would encourage everyone to study human behavior, because back to some few years ago, the default was humanities. You get exposed to social circles, you get exposed to a lot of environments that build up your character. Now, as you said, there are a lot of cases in which you are tied to your device, and being able to understand what makes you human, it's a good skill to have in your skill set.
Thank you very much. Please don't kill me. You've been amazing. You've been amazing, crowd.
Thank you so much. I won't kill you. The only thing was, the more 10 minutes more we take from this means 10 minutes less from your break before we go on to the awards at 5:30. So remember, 5:30 here, we will be kicking off. We'll be doing 29 awards will be delivered, shared out on this stage at 5:30. AI Expo Europe 2024 Awards for the achievement, celebration of AI, and we'll be finding out who those lucky, well-deserved winners are at 5:30. So, short break, very, very short break. Join us back here at 5:30 for the AI Expo Europe Awards 2024.